But yeah, how Shem, how Shai,
Double honors to the apostles and the elders of Great Millstone, and honors to you brothers out there in the highways and the byways teaching this word in all sincerity and truth. And yeah, like, I want to continue, man, because it's been on my spirit this idea of reparations, which you keep coming back up. Every once in a while, there's this debate, whether it be Britain or America, and they would be debating about whether or not they should pay reparations or who would you pay the reparations to? You know, and then or you get some dusty Jake, some social justice warrior Jake, some sellout will be, oh yeah, I want reparations. But the issue with the reparations, which we're going to prove in the scriptures this year, is that if you actually understand what the true reparations should be, there's no way in hell I wouldn't even bother asking Esau because I know you're not going to get that. Oh, would it? And it's funny because we were just talking about criminals and interrogations. A criminal, 99 times out of 100, wants to get away with what they've done. A criminal, 99 times out of 100, is going to want the minimum sentence. If you were to go up in any court room, you don't matter whether you're in the UK or you're in America. When the judge can deliberate and bring judgment, it might say this comes with a minimum sentence of 5 years, the maximum is 30. Can you please show me, what do you think would happen if you gave the power of sentencing to the accused? And you said, look, if we found you guilty, now, you could give yourself a minimum of 5 years, or you could have 30 years to life, no parole. Oh yeah, give me the 30 years, no parole, please. Or even one of these companies. Let's say one of these companies, they get into a lawsuit, they've killed some people, right? Oh, we found you guilty. Okay, so we can give you a minimum fine of £1 million, or you can take the 50 million. Which one would you choose? Because everyone's always going to go for the lesser punishment. So so there's no point debating with the criminal or asking the criminal or the accused to quantify their own judgment. It makes no sense. Because in Esau's world, he's the judge. So what do you do when the criminal is the judge? It makes no sense. So why even engage in that conversation in the first place? Which we don't. As Hebrew Israelites, our thing is what's the scripture say? And that's it. And let the Lord be the judge. But Jake believes in Esau, so they're like, Esau, I want this, I want that. No, man. Can we get the word? Yeah, the word reparations. Can we get okay, you want to get that first? I've got a bunch of stuff. Okay, bring them up.
Definition for reparation. And it says, the action of making amends for a wrong one has done by providing payment or other assistance to those who have been wronged.
Right, so you wrong someone and you give them a monetary recompense for the wrong that you've done. Now, you got to understand that we'll try and break it down in simple terms, right? But if you really was to bring judgment on Esau, Edom as a nation, the penalty that they would have to pay for everything they've done, and I'm just talking about monetary violations. We're not even going to go into blood, because blood is another form of debt that a person accrues. When you're a murderer, there's a blood debt. We're not even going to touch on that just yet. It's just talk about monetary, the stealing of lands, the stealing of salary, unjust weights and balances, all these different things. If you was really going to break down how much Esau would have to pay, he would have to pay everything and some. Interest. Would you like interest, right? The penalty would be everything he owns and more. So I ask you a question. Is Esau willing to do that? So there ain't no conversation to be had. Esau's never going to give us everything he owns and what he don't own, which is what the judgment is going to be, and we're going to show it in the scriptures. Yep. Get the precepts you want, and then I'm going to line up the precepts as well.
Right, yes. This is Zechariah chapter 11, verse 5. It says, whose possessors slay them and hold themselves not guilty. You don't believe you've got anything to pay for. That's why you'll constantly, dust up your shoulder whenever it's brought up. Because you can, that's a long time ago, I heard someone say that going down this route wouldn't make any sense. What do you mean? Because it's such a massive sum of everything that you, like I said, that you have and don't have. You couldn't even possibly return that debt anyway.
They're gonna be like, who has to pay?
Yeah,
Who they're gonna pay it to? Well, the good thing is that we have a heavenly Father that who knows all that information. Yahweh Shai knows who has to pay and who needs to be paid.
and that say, and they that seldom say, "Blessed be the Lord, for I am rich, and their own shepherds pity not."
Esau became rich off the stealing of land, the stealing of resources, right? Of slave labor. All the riches that Esau has today is built upon that. All of it. Right? So therefore, what would be the restitution? All of it. Every single every asset, everything that Esau owns, he owes, and then on top of that, he owes us more, which means he's gonna have to work it off.
Well, this is the thing. What did you own in America? Nothing. Right? So you made all this wealth in America. Guess who it belongs to? The Israelites. At the very least, the 10 tribes that were there.
South and Central America,
You know?
all the wealth you stole in Europe, all the wealth you stole in fact, real quick,
No.
get me Habakkuk. That's a good scripture to jump into. Habakkuk 2nd chapter.
I said, really, what you should do is sign everything over. Everything.
That's it.
And put yourself at the bottom. That's what you should be doing.
But that's what
But they're not going to do
the
that.
funny thing is, if you read the scriptures, that's exactly what the scriptures call for. And that's why when we're saying that Esau has to go into slavery, it sounds, obviously to the devil, it sounds unjust. But when you understand how theft works, it's not. Because as we're going to get into the law, if I steal a cow from a man, I didn't give a man back one cow.
Yes.
That's not how stealing works. When you steal, which we're going to break it down, we're going to get that. Get a Habakkuk, and we're going to get it first.
Because you always disrupt the production of that cow. And it's more than just the cost of the cow, right?
Damages. So it's not one for one. It's never one for one.
Yep.
So you imagine if you steal a man's whole cow and his whole cow farm, and then you got that cow farm for generations. How much do you owe them?
Because they'll do the same things in in accidents claims and stuff like that. If you get put out of work, they'll count your losses, your medical. They'll count all that in the lump sum that they pay you out with.
It's crazy.
So the longer it goes on for, the more it
you
gets
owe.
paid out.
The more you owe on the back end, man.
And you make crazy amount of money, and in America, but that has to go and more.
It all has to be balanced. The Lord knows. Go get that Habakkuk 2, start from 5. Yeah.
Habakkuk 2 and 5, and it says, "Yea, also, because he transgresseth by wine, he is a proud man, neither keepeth at home."
He's a traveling thief. He's a man that will travel to the ends of the earth to steal, to gather together, as it's going to say, that which is not his, something that don't belong to him. That's what a thief does. A thief increases that which is not his.
Who enlargeth his desire as hell, and is as death, and cannot be satisfied.
He's a career thief. You like bank robbers, right? Back in the day, the reason they used to always end up catching these bank robbers is because man will rob a bank for like 100 grand, and instead of just chilling on that, they get addicted to the thrill of the robbery. So you rob one bank, then you rob 2 banks, then you rob 3 banks, and at that point you should just be like, you know what? Let's call it a day.
One last job.
Yeah. That's a movie trope, isn't it? That one last job. Because why? Now that man is greedy,
Overreached.
and you're addicted to stealing, and you will now steal even if you don't need it. This is idea that people steal because they need. That's not true. There are people out there, which we're gonna get to in Proverbs 6, that steal out of necessity. So that's talking about some dude living on the street. You see them, and they run into Greg's, and they grab some flipping sandwiches out of Greg's, and they run out of Greg's. They're getting those sandwiches out of necessity. It's still wrong. They shouldn't steal, but you understand, which we're gonna get the scripture on that. You understand? Yeah, that guy hungry, so he stole some bread. When a guy is running around the streets of London, claiming poverty with Nikes on, an iPhone in his pocket, a Gucci belt, and the only thing they do is go and lick moves. They're not stealing out of necessity. They're stealing because they enjoy the feeling they get from dispossessing others. It's like sweet because they didn't have to work for it.
A perpetual spirit. That's what it is. A perpetual spirit they have.
They run around, these guys that's running around with machetes stealing Rolexes, they're not doing it out of necessity.
Even need a Rolex.
because let's say, because they never stop. That's why they always think, we know these guys. Listen, we're from the ends. Guys don't stop until they end up in Feltham. They don't stop until they end up in Belmarsh. Rarely will a guy stop. The bread becomes sweet for them. The idea that we took man's things, like they love that idea. It brings them great joy when they steal. So they continue to steal. Even when they don't need to steal, they'll steal. Just because they can. And it makes them feel good to win. It's a big win for them. It's like winning the Champions League when they steal. And I didn't earn it. You know what I'm saying? That's Esau Edom. Esau Edom could have stopped stealing a long time ago. Yeah. But does he not steal to this day?
Then you say he has more than heart could wish. He already got enough.
He already got enough. Long time
but he
ago.
continues to do it.
They could have took a quarter of America.
Yeah.
But no. They're like, hold on, there's another 3 quarters.
I'm pretty, Gad's near extinction, man.
Yeah. You know
what for?
It will never end because they enjoy the idea of taking. They're a career thief.
Can I get this?
Generation of
It's Habakkuk 2 verse 8. It's because thou hast spoiled many nations. All the remnant.
Were you in there?
Oh, suck it. Go on.
And it says, who enlargeth his desires hell and is as death and cannot be satisfied.
That's why his new doctrine is you should have nothing and own it and be happy. Because his thing is, listen, man, I'm gonna steal all. I'm gonna take everything, all the resources on the earth, all the inheritances. We gonna own it all.
And you're gonna have to do with it.
And everyone's just gonna be living on our earth, our dime, and we'll give people what resources we feel that you should have. But in terms of you having your own inheritance,
fair, we give people that fair, right? Yeah, right.
But some people have it more fair than others.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the covetous man. When we know that in the scriptures, every nation was given their inheritance. Esau don't believe it. Esau will take your inheritance. And then ask you to thank him for giving you back a little thing. Oh yeah, you should be grateful. We built roads.
But gathereth unto him all nations, and heapeth unto him all people.
He wants the whole world. That's why Esau is a global threat. Because
yeah.
it don't matter. Listen, bro, you could be in the middle of the jungle in the most unhospitable area. Esau gonna come in there, man. Esau gonna find a way to come up in there and take something you got and put you under captivity. In fact, when you read about these tribes that's deep in the Amazon jungle, they're in the Amazon jungle because of Esau. They didn't originally live deep into the Amazon jungle. They lived in the cities that our people built. You know, they became feral because the torture and the hell was put on them by the Spaniards. They ran into the jungle to get away from Esau, and then they just went feral out there. The guys say, yeah, they were taught that other people are demons to kill them on sight, and that was because of Esau. They were so fearful of Esau. It's like, listen, if you see anyone that's not us, just kill them. And then that's been passed down from generation to generation. So you got some wild tribes living out there in the Amazon that just, they're out there. But why are they there? Because Esau chased them in there. And Esau gonna go in there anyway and find them and take whatever they got, the coconuts, whatever.
Because listen, see, man, if you live in the city, Esau's gonna find you.
Yeah.
Because he wants what your city's got. Because you've got a city, you got wealth because you get built up, right?
Yeah.
But if you're in the jungle now, that's hard terrain.
The Congo.
He's saying he's gonna, go into
Africa, the Congo, all these places. Esau will go anywhere. The middle of the Pacific Ocean. Man went out there on islands you can't even see on the map. Like, hold on, like,
crazy.
You know Jake wouldn't have been going all the way out there like allow that. Man just Esau's like, nah, fuck that. There's something out there. There's people out there with land that we can steal.
That's like a needle in the haystack type thing. There's tiny little islands out there.
He's out there exploring, dying to go find somewhere to steal. But that's Esau's spirit. The Job 9:24, real quick.
Yeah. Job 9:24, which reads, the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covers the faces of the judge thereof. If not, where and who is he?
So the beginning of that was when Esau Edom took control of Britain, and through the British Empire, they conquered most of the earth. The East India Company and them, man. And what were they doing? Just stealing and amassing wealth onto themselves. And America is an extension of that. America is nothing but an extension of the Edomite Empire. And they're doing the same things. Global conquest, the amassing of riches and resources onto themselves, increasing that which is not theirs.
All right, go on. Back in Habakkuk 2, verse 6. Shall not all these take up a parable against him, and a taunting proverb against him, and say, woe to him that increaseth that which is not his?
It don't matter. Listen, we've all been there. You've been at work and all the ethnics, and everyone's complaining about one man.
Yep.
It don't matter. Listen, bro. It could be Indians, Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, Martians. It don't matter, man. It could be an alien in there from the planet Uranus, but they're all gonna have one thing in common: that Esau, Edom come to where they are and stole and enriched themselves. And then as soon as Esau walks in, everyone's like switching up, talking about football now. But he is like one thing that all peoples have in common. He's the one guy that all people can say, yeah, he came and he made mess.
Go on. You got something there? It's about Micah 2 and 2. And they covered fields and take them by violence, and houses and take them away. So they oppress a man and his house, even a man and his heritage.
Break it down.
Yeah, so as the brother says, Esau, I mean, he's been going, I mean, all these different lands, I mean, stealing their resources, you know, oppress the nation, you know, to the point that now every nation in the world, I mean, they're not at peace, you know, because of this, I mean, individual, I mean, this nation, that's Esau.
And then you need to think about this, like he's the one that causes, you know, these things called third world countries, right? Because everywhere before Esau got there, it was doing good. You know, Egypt and Africa, these different places they had the wealth and resources and kingdoms and all these different types of things. As soon as Esau goes there, yeah, like brother said, it's a mess. You know, and now it's a third world country, and you know, they're poverty stricken. You know, that's because of Esau, because draining the swamp, draining these nations dry.
Yeah, all the gold and silver they stole out of the Americas, man. To the point people make money just trying to find ships that went down.
All the same while, you know, acting like, you know, Christians.
Yep.
You know? That don't sound like God's plan. Yeah, take all the resources from all these other nations. Where is that in the scripture? You know? Yeah, it don't belong to you. Yep. Finish that, yeah. So,
back in Habakkuk 2, verse 6, and it says, woe to him that increaseth that which is not his. That is not his. And it says, yeah, woe to him that increaseth that which is not his. How long? And to him that ladeth himself with thick clay.
right? So, us specifically, you can't wait for your downfall, but these other nations, you know, they're looking for your recompense, man. Because like I said, every nation's got a story with you, a history with you, right? Where you've gone and done them wrong and stole from them and killed them and oppressed them. They're all waiting for your just desserts, right? But none so more than us, right? You've done the most to us, man. You haven't put these other nations in slavery like you put us in slavery. You haven't.
Yeah.
Right? What you've done to Israel is crazy. The children of Israel, what you've done to them is crazy compared to everybody else. So this is why we're at the bottom of your societies, man. You oppress us more than anybody. We don't even have a nation. These men, you know, they got certain power over their lands and stuff like that, even though, you know, they're puppet leaders and different types of things. But they still have an identity. They still got, you know, you left them with something. Us, we've been completely destroyed. Right? Everything's been taken away from us. Our identity, our land. Right? We live off by your will, basically. You know? We're nourished off the serpent. That's what scripture says. So we're completely destroyed, man. So you're going to have to pay for that.
I've got a piece up for you. This is Deuteronomy 28, verse 48, on the point you just mentioned. It says, therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things, and he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee.
Because power, we've got no power. Right? The Lord has taken power away from us, man, and put you over us as a slave master, man, as an oppressor. So we can only do things by your free generosity. As you want to be praised, right? Oh, you should be so grateful for everything you've done for us. This is the only way we can live because you destroyed us. You will not allow us to be independent.
Yeah.
Right? Jacob tried to do that in the past, and it hasn't worked out for us because you men are evil and bad mind. You know, you will not allow us to become more than what we are. This is why you do all this campaign against us. You know, you put drugs in our neighborhoods. You know, you give us you know, you point your finger at us with bad reputations. You don't ever show the good side of Jake.
Yeah.
All these different types of things is to keep our people confined in a cage and for the whole world to down upon us. You know? You're still oppressing us to this very day. You won't admit it, but you are. You know?
That's it. Yeah, but yeah, like you were saying, there's been chances in the past where Jake was thriving doing things on it, like, you know, Tulsa, Oklahoma, like Wall Street. And what happened? He saw carpet from destroyed all the businesses, all the success that so-called, so-called Negroes had, man.
Because you've got a perpetual hatred for us, man.
That's
That's deep in the spirit. If someone can get me the Amos 1 and something of it.
What does it say?
I think that's the perpetual hatred one. I think it's that one. Might be one. Can you use that one? Yeah, you can use that one. There's one name as well. Oh, is that? Oh, yeah, for free transgressions. That's the one. Okay. Yeah, but that's what I was thinking about. But that was what Amos was in my mind. Yeah, go read that one. Yeah.
This is Ezekiel 35 and verse 5. It says, because thou hast had a perpetual hatred and hast shed the blood of the children of Israel by the force of the sword.
And perpetual hatred is something that continues. And it has continued from generation to generation, man. Because we only have what you can never have. And this is why you feel like it's your right now, because the earth's been given into your hand to take everything. But none of this belongs to you, ultimately. Yeah, you can have your rulership on the earth for, you know, the period of time you got it for. But this is all going to be taken away from you, man, and given back to its rightful owners. You know?
And it says, by force of the sword in the time of their calamity, and the time that their iniquity had an end.
Right? So we know the Most High is judging us, but they never gave you the excuse to come and put hands on us. Right? But the Most High used you, man, just because you're the hated. You're the guys the Most High hates, man. So he had you do it. But there's grave repercussions for this. So he had you do it. Because he wants to remove you, because he hates you. You know? Yep.
Therefore, as I live, saith the Lord God, I will prepare thee unto blood, and blood shall pursue thee.
And that's what you're trying to avoid. You don't want to accept the guilt. You don't want to accept the wrong. You don't want to accept there's judgment for what you've done. So you're doing your best not to acknowledge it, not to pay for it. You know, saying that we shouldn't do nothing about it because, you know, that was a long time ago. Or, you know, whatever excuse you come up with. You're trying to avoid that judgment. The Lord is not mocked. Right? It tells you about that. The Lord is not mocked, man. Wherever you've sown, so shall you reap. Right?
That's why they ran away from that.
Yeah, they are just criminals on the earth. Esau is just a criminal. Right? And they're fugitives in the earth, man. Because things are good for them right now, they've got the power. They're out in the open, obviously doing their thing. But even the elite, they hide. Yeah. The elites fucking hide, man. As powerful and rich they are, they still hide because they know this place is not really for them. People will not accept them.
Yeah.
Because they're demons. You know?
If thou hast not hated blood, even blood shall pursue thee.
Yeah, blood shall pursue thee, man. So all that blood that you shed, let's believe it's on your ass, man. The Most High got it tallied up. And the Most High added interest to it. This is why your judgment is going to be so great. This is why your judgment that's tainted is unbearable. Yeah. Right? It's unbearable, man, because you're going to get worse than any other nation ever had. You know? So, yeah, enjoy it while it lasts, isn't it? You know, but you do have to pay.
Your neighbor gives it
That's it. Hey, even the small hats know that. Yeah. The small hats know it.
Yeah. Let's say this public shark, because it says here, has not hated blood. That shows you the nature of Esau, man. He loves shedding blood, man.
And this is why spiritually, man, if you're in the know, you should be able to connect with the dots, isn't it? But it's not going to tell you that Esau is the European man or so-called white man. Or not. It's going to say all that, right? But you have to look through the characteristics and the spirituality of these people, man. How they've gone about the earth doing things. What do they kind of match up with? That's these Edomites, man. Right? Because they live by blood. They built an empire based on blood. 2 times. You know, maybe you can count it 3 times, right? But this is how you go about doing your thing. When Israel got our land, because it was ordained by us, and we have to, destroy the Canaanites, but that was our land. We didn't go around conquering the world, shedding bare blood that has nothing to do with us. That has nothing to do with us, right? So why are we there? No, you though have gone around the whole earth, or tried to many times, and take as much as you can, right? And now you're the biggest extent of that, because now you got the Americas. Before you never had the Americas, right? You just had, mainland Europe, Britain, bits of Russia or whatever, right? You couldn't beat the Afghanistanis though.
Terrain.
The Greeks, they got fucked up.
Yeah, because there's a saying. I heard it's
Whatever it is. Yeah.
no, it's Afghanistan is where empires go to die or something.
Yeah, and you still trying to do it. You still not succeeding. So you've gone around the whole earth trying to claim it for yourself, and it doesn't belong to you, man. Right? So you've pursued after blood. Surely blood will pursue thee. Most High's got it for you.
The precept.
It's the book of Genesis 27, start from 39. And Isaac, his father, answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above, and by thy sword shalt thou live.
Right? So there will be a time in prophecy, right? You did get a minor blessing, right? And there will be a time in prophecy where you would have you'll get to enjoy the earth, right? You'll get like a little bit, you get a little bit of slice, But the way you would be able to do that is through violence, through bloodshed, right? And you're very adept with the sword, the weapons, That's why you're the first to develop nukes and all these different types of the gun that took down the Gadites and all these different types of things, bombs. It's you. You're the one that's ahead of all of that. You lead the way in violence on the earth.
And actually, it's a curse,
Yeah, it's a
That's that's first thing, is he said, what they do?
Double-edged sword.
Yeah, double
Yeah.
sword. Like, because the Bible says, you shall not live by sword, isn't it?
Yeah.
He that live by sword shall die by sword.
That's right.
So by him being blessed by a sword means Messiah giving him a curse.
And for all these Christians out there, you know what your history is. You know what your history is, right? And the Lord, like Robert just mentioned, the Lord says if you live by a sword, you die by the sword. You can't expect anything else other than what we're telling you about this place, man. How it's going to be destroyed. This place is built upon blood and destruction, man. Woe to the bloody city. Like, there's no other outcome for this place, right? And everything that you've taken has to be returned, because you ain't going to be in power no more, right? And you've taken a lot from us.
Quick one, if I may.
Yep.
Habakkuk 2:12. Woe to him that buildeth the town with blood and establisheth the city for iniquity.
America is the great example of that. Great example of that. The greatest nation on the planet right now is built upon blood. And that is the glory of Esau's kingdom right now. And you call it God's country, you call all these different things like it's righteous. But it's wicked. It's sullied. Right? And so no wonder America is going to be destroyed. So when we say it shouldn't be surprising. But because you're pro Esau, pre so-called white people, you know what I mean? You're pro you, innit? You don't care about nobody else. You don't care what you did to the native. You don't care what you did to Jake in the slave. You don't care. But you're gonna act like you do care. You're gonna act like you do care, and we know you just don't. You know you're lying. You know you're the devil, and you're gonna receive judgment. You know what I'm saying?
No, I was thinking of precept. Got precept. Okay. Revelation 6:4. And it says, and there went out another horse that was red, and power was given to him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth.
Right? Well, 1 and 2. You're just a leader in destruction. Right? You take peace from the earth, man. No one can sit comfortably when you're on the front, because you're oppressing everybody. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because when you read Isaiah, it says, "How has the oppressor ceased?" When you speak to like different people from all over the world, yeah, like there are different places where there's more hell, but everyone's too under this man's rulership, right? Other countries, you be talking to people and they're like basically following after the model that Esau has set up, and then such.
They're
They're
with decrees and unrighteous decrees and things like that. He's oppressing everybody with his laws and terms and conditions and taking advantage of the fact that you're weak. And then he got guns and bombs and you don't have mine. So he's stalking everybody. That's it. He's like, oh yeah, we want to cut a deal with, I don't know, some African nation or whatever to make it sound like, oh yeah, we care about them. We're going to give them help and this and that. But you're really sucking the, you're really taking a piss.
Yeah. And that's the thing. People don't understand in Esau's like laws and stuff like that. People don't understand that. For instance, when he's given aid, it's usually something referred to as tithe aid, meaning that there is a price. So it's not really aid at all. Like for instance, Ukraine's an example where they'll be like, oh yeah, we're giving them military aid. No, they're giving them loans.
The money's going to Western weapons
Yeah.
manufacturers.
They man are paying interest on that. And they were already poor. UK's not a rich nation. They was already poor.
Yeah.
So how now they're just continuously in debt to America now.
Yeah.
Or to these corporate companies or whatever, right? And that's why they're just servants. The servant, the borrower is servant to the lender.
And by debt to America, meaning they're in debt to the people who the American corporation is in debt to.
That's right.
The owners, which is not the American people. There's a difference.
Yeah.
It's not the common man. They're owned to the people who America owes the money to. You know? Yep. Did we get through that? I can read it again. Yeah.
I can have a look 2, verse 6 now. And it says, shall not all these take up a parable against him and a taunting proverb against him and say, woe to him, but increases that which is not his.
Right, that's like we was going into. That's a thief. That's what a thief does. Common thief increases that which is not his. An extortion. These are people that are increasing themselves, not based upon something they own or their own productivity. When you go to the root of it belongs to someone else. Like if I steal someone else's land, I got to take a man's land and put cattle on there, that increase in cattle was someone else's increase. If I steal someone's land and I do whatever I want to do on that land and I make profit for myself off that land or having that land, I've increased myself through someone else. And that's what Esau has done. He's increased himself through the stealing of other people's gold, silver, labor.
And at the same time denying those who stole it from.
Yeah, act like he did it
It's
all
just like a double whammy.
upright.
Yeah.
Because even if you didn't like, because for instance, what they'll tell you about the Industrial Revolution is the capital that funded the Industrial Revolution came straight from the capital from the transatlantic slave trade. Like if you come to the UK now, you go up to Birmingham, the Elder Ramal will know about this. They got a building in Birmingham, college. Actually, they might, I don't know. It's old. When I was there, they had the brand new Matthew Bolton Center. Yeah, Matthew Bolton. Who was Matthew Bolton? Well, he was one of the great men in the Midlands, an industrialist. Where did his money come from? Slavery. Mostly, if you go to Liverpool, you go to all these places, the great men that you see, the streets are named after. This building is named after this great industrialist. These guys were all plantation owners. They simply just took the money and the capital that they made from one enterprise and put it into another. But that means it's all ill-gotten gains.
Yeah.
It's no different than how they look at the mafia. If what's his name? Don Corleone. When Don Corleone was making all this money from illicit, and he said he wanted the family to go legit. What he did was the money that he made, extortion, stealing, all of the nefarious activities of the mob. Don't come and get me, right? They found a way to clean it to put it into legitimate businesses. So what? That money in that legitimate business is still ill-gotten gains because it's built off what? Blood money or nefarious money. So as long as that goes on and his family, say the Corleone family is making money 1,000 years in the future, it's still all that goes is ill-gotten gains. Just because it's the foundation of it. And Esau will do that to you. Let's say you're a drug dealer and you made all your money from drugs and you start building things and you go legit. If Esau set you up and find out that everything you've done was from drug money, you know what Esau will do? It would
Assets.
take all your assets, all of them. All of your assets are gone. They don't leave you with nothing. Because, yeah, this is all the produce of ill-gotten gains. Is that not a fact?
Which comfortably goes into his position.
This is what we're trying to say. This reparations thing, it's not a serious conversation because just like with a drug dealer, what's he willing to pay? Which drug dealer ever wanted all of his assets to be confiscated? And they even, hey, you can't take that. Listen, it's as far as they're concerned, your Ferrari, everything, the 2 houses you got, the 3 houses, the one you bought your mom, everything you have is ill-gotten gains, and they're gonna take all of it.
You never would have had it without the drug money.
iPhone, that's exactly what the point we're trying to make. Everything Esau has, Microsoft. Oh yeah, but he built Microsoft. Nope. It's all ill-gotten gains. It all goes back to the initial crime. Point blank period. And ongoing crime.
Because there's no Microsoft in Mount Seir, blood.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You didn't build it in your own land. You know what I'm saying?
The
Money
money,
come out of there, did it?
infrastructure came from somewhere. Where did it come from? It wasn't theirs to begin with. Going up.
Yeah. So
And it could be argued that all your shit couldn't exist without you stealing the resources of other nations, man.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
no.
You know, all the gold and the lithium for all these different phones, and you wouldn't be able to make shit in America or these different places if it wasn't for the fact you can extort the other nations.
Right, if I steal a gold mine, it's just very simple things. If I steal a gold mine from someone, I take that gold mine and I rags that gold mine out for the next 200 years. And I take all that money from the gold mine and build up a whole empire from that gold mine. Then at the end of it, the man who I took the gold mine from, who's had to be one of my workers that I pay minimum wage for, I say, you know what, man, I owe you some reparations. Put a number on it. And man's like, okay, yeah, I'll give you $1 million. These times now, you're a trillionaire. Yeah, I'll give you $1 million to your descendants. Is that what? And I'll give you the gold mine, but it's empty now, but you're going to have it back.
The Bears family, man.
Yeah.
South Africa. Got all them diamonds built up, used trickery, witchcraft to build up that diamond empire, right? And then it's just like, you've had people what they call them blood diamonds.
But my question is, were they native? Fuck no. No, they weren't.
So how did they pay for this?
But this is the humor of the so-called white man, right? Because he was saying, yeah, but they weren't using them. Like that means anything. Yeah, Matt Rose talking the same type of shit.
Doesn't matter.
You know?
That's like saying I steal a man's land that he was just having in rest, and then I go grow crops on the land, and yeah, but he wasn't using the land. Yeah, but how do you know what he was going to do in a year, 2 years?
These are the same people that have fucking museums and have like 10 cars and the guys don't fucking drive. They just hold them there for valuation because it's worth something.
That's
The
Esau
devils,
and his
man.
arrogance justifying his thievery.
Yeah, because it's like, where does that logic stop? I mean, he's not been sleeping with his wife, so I'm just gonna take it.
And that's not in the law.
Yeah.
Let's say a man in the law, a man's got 100 cows, yeah, and you say, let me take one of them cows because he wasn't using it.
He's got
Bro.
99. All right.
You still owe man double the cow.
Yeah.
That's what the law says. You owe, which we'll get the law. No, carry on. In Habakkuk.
Back in Habakkuk 2, verse 6, and it says, how long? And to him that ladeth himself with thick clay.
Now look up the word thick clay, because there's different types of debt. Esau's in all kind of debt. Now, there is a form of debt that goes into the treasury bonds, witchcraft, and all that stuff. But there's a much deeper debt that Esau has. That's a debt he owes to us, because we ain't got no treasury bonds and all that crap. He owes us. When you steal, you need to understand that when you're a thief, you instantly enter into debt. Spiritually, you are in debt. You owe someone. If I steal from this brother, I have put myself in his debt, because now I'm indebted to pay back what I have stolen plus more. That's a debt. When you steal, understand that a thief is in the business of putting himself in debt. This is the fact. It's just like a murderer. A murderer has put himself in debt, but the debt's not monetary. The debt is blood. There's a debt, a blood debt. Then you get the monetary debt.
The equation that has to be balanced.
And it has to be balanced. Esau has laden himself with thick clay, because when you read up above, it says what? He increaseth that which is not his. That has caused him to amount a debt, principally to the so-called Negroes, Hispanics, and Native American Indians. He owes us money. The issue he has is that the money he owes us, he's not going to be willing to pay, man.
Make it sound good.
Yeah, go on.
It's in Micah chapter 6, verse 10. It says, are there yet the treasure of wickedness in the house of the wicked, and the scant measure that is abominable? Shall I count them pure with the wicked balances and with the bag of deceitful weights?
Yeah.
But one more verse. For the rich men there are full of violence, and the inhabitants there are spoken lies, and their tongue is deceitful in their mouth.
I mean, we could even go into the fractional reserve system and how every time they print money, they're already stealing money from everyone else as well. I mean, the level of debt Esau has, this is why he's going to have to, this is why when we tell you in the scriptures that Esau is going to be, everything is going to be taken from him and he has to go into slavery, there's a reason for that. Because we got to get more out of him. It ain't just going to be a case of, oh, if we take everything he has and we're square. No, he still ain't square. Now you need to produce more for us. Now we need to put you to work because you owe me more money. Which is how it would be in the ancient world. If a guy stole from you, let's say a guy stole a precious item from you, it wasn't enough that he gotta give extra. Well, if he ain't got the extra, guess what he had to do? He had to go into slavery to pay it off. You gotta pay off your dues, man. This isn't something crazy that we're talking about. This is a common thing. So then when you start putting it into scale what Esau's done, that's when you're like, damn, this man got a lot to work off. Because if we take all of his gold, we take all of his silver, we take all of his lands, it ain't enough. He's still got to pay more on top of that. So what we going to do? We're going to have to work it off. Then you add the blood debt in there, and that's the extermination complete.
Because that's in the law as well, isn't it? Like if a guy can't pay off something, then he becomes a slave.
Yeah. That's what we're going to get into. So it's absolutely reasonable for us to say, well, the reparations is everything. It's reasonable.
Oh, so the word for fikle,
yeah,
about yeah, and it says outline of biblical usage, weight of pledges, heavy debts.
You got a heavy debt, man. Esau has a heavy debt because his debt is more than he can pay. He don't have enough money, and when I mean money, I mean real money. He doesn't have enough gold, silver, land, and assets, yeah, to pay the debt that he owes.
Much like the banks.
Much like the bank. So when you having a debate, oh well, we're trying to put a number on it, we ain't putting no number on it like that.
Can't be. Yeah.
Because the number is going to be everything you have, mansions include everything you have, plus more. So you got to work it off, man. That's how it's going to be. Now you guys are going off. Then why is it going to happen that way?
Well, here, the next one it says pledging of goods, hence load of debt, which one has contracted, and it says the meaning taken is that of accumulation of pledges.
Every time you steal, every time you stole this land and that land and that land and that land, and then you work that land, and the longer you had it into your possession, the bigger the debt becomes. The bigger your debt, like I said, you got the gold mine. Now you've had the gold mine for a year. The debt you owe is just growing. 2 years, 3 years, 100 years, 200 years, 400 years. The debt's just building. The debt has been built. Esau's debt that he owes us has been building and building and building and building. And welfare don't cut it, mate. Trust me, it don't cut it. So that's why we're not going to engage with Esau about no reparations or how much he has to pay. Because if we gave him the number, he'll laugh. And then he'll be like, well, I ain't paying that. So that's why we need a higher power.
They laugh. It's like, no, it's not.
They ain't gonna pay that. You're gonna get lowballed. No matter what number Esau comes up with, it's gonna be unjust and it's gonna be a lowball figure straight off the bat. So we don't engage in that. There's a higher power that's gonna bring judgment.
Right.
And the judgment the Lord brings is gonna be the right number. And Esau ain't gonna like it. They're going.
Book Job 20 and 15, Proverbs 6. He has swallowed down riches, and he shall vomit them up again. Most High shall cast them out of his belly.
There you go. That's in Job, right?
Yeah.
20. Yeah, there's more on that. You know, it's just about according to his substance shall the restitution be. Yeah, read that again, and then that should be there as well, according to his substance.
18.
Yes. So yeah, get that again.
Job 20 and 15. He has swallowed down riches, and he shall vomit them up again. Mostia shall cast them out of his barrels. He shall suck the poison of us. The viper's tongue shall slay him. He shall not see the liver, the frogs, the bloods of honey and butter, that which he labor.
Yeah, like when we like right now, Esau as a nation enjoy the dainty things. They get to enjoy the premium things. Now you're gonna go, oh yeah, but look, there's an Edomite over there. That listen, like don't be stupid, right? In general, as a people, they enjoy the best quality of life in general over any other people. Period. Like in terms of, even in fact, yeah, this is how you know anything middle class or premium worldwide is geared towards them.
Yeah.
Like cruise ships. Who's got the money to be paying that?
Per person, like.
Maybe you got a few elite people among the nations, but generally speaking, if you come to the UK, there's a lot of Edomites that's got good money.
Well, all you need to know is where, like, when you look up, you know, who's get paid the most, who's got the most wealth. Right? It's all for white people, so they can go do these things because the earth is geared towards them, right?
They've enjoyed the premium, right? Which means the premium locations, places to live. If you go to most of the places that are expensive to live, you're not going to see a bunch of heathens there. You're going to see a bunch of Edomites there. Like if I'm in London, if I pick a place and say, okay, this is upmarket, who's going to be there mostly? Then if I pick a place that's dirt poor. Yes, you might find some Edomites there, but majority you're going to find Elam, Jake. Yeah. And then when you gentrify, you don't gentrify in Jake. Yeah. Who comes in when a place gets gentrified?
And even when you scale it down to the bottom of us, right? You go on holidays, right? We go on low-level holidays, right? Who's gonna find most gonna pay? Yeah. Edomites still. Well, they still got it better than everybody else.
Who's the only group of people that in mass will go to first and business class? Hey, yeah. If you turn left, they're like, you're sure you're in the right.
When you go stay on the complex, on the hotel now, what's the food geared towards?
Them. You know what I mean? It's a fact. Like they've enjoyed the dainties of the earth. Now, in the world to come, they're not gonna have access to the premium. They're not gonna have none of them. They're all gonna be on a low level because they're gonna be paying off the debt. When a man's paying off a debt like that, you ain't got time to be doing nothing else. It's like when they say in the streets, man owe you money, but you see man buying something expensive. Man owe me money, the disrespect. So Esau's gonna be. That's why it says what it said. We're gonna take everything you have, including the nice places that you live. Now you're gonna live in the low places, in the pits. Yep. You're not going to be living in the Hamptons. You know, well, it's going to be destroyed, but you know what I mean. Yeah. You're not going to be living in the suburbs, in the nice areas with the gardeners and all that. No.
Which even now, even to this day, when you get Jakes that live there in these kinds of nice areas, Esau wants to find a way to get them out.
Yeah.
You know, it'll be some like
the forces reject them.
Yeah. You know, all of a sudden it's dog poo and
the Caribbean, the best beach fronts and all that. They're all owned by Edomites.
Yeah, well, Jamaica just can't even go on the beach.
You know what I'm saying? Edomites own the best real estate and stuff like that. You know how the game goes.
Well, somewhat well-to-do Jake goes up in the neighborhood. He's the only black guy in the village. Like, type shit, you know
I knew a guy like that. His dad was a banker, Cayman Islands banker, and he lived in Ascot. And then man tried to kick him off the golf course one time, because they thought he was working there playing golf. Because you know Ascot, you know what I'm saying? When you live there, you get access to the golf course and all that. But yeah, it's just pure Edomite about there.
Yeah, but that's the thing in the world to come. Look, man, Esau ain't gonna be getting to the as the elders going into. Esau ain't gonna be getting. It can't even look at it.
You're not even gonna have it as good as we got it right now.
Yeah.
Broke yourself.
No, they're gonna live in a favela life.
Hey, they ain't gonna be drinking no wine. At least us, we can drink some wine.
Best wine. The best ever wine. Yeah. Right?
No, I mean, in this kingdom, even.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we can drink some wine.
The Tesco brand.
Most have the mercy.
Yeah. They're doing the Tesco brand. That's how it's going to be. So they're not going to be enjoying all the dainties that they generally enjoy now. The middle class, they've had that strong middle class.
I said when it comes to the kingdom, man, you're not going to get to join none of it because the earth is going to be better than when you had it. So all these dainties that you've got is really low level.
Yeah,
You
and,
know,
so, and you
compared to
could live in
what
paradise, but paradise can be hell.
Mm.
It just depends on your perspective.
Yeah.
One man could be living in paradise, and the next man are living in hell in the same place.
Yeah.
See it from a different perspective.
Yeah.
It's hard to enjoy the scenery when you got whelps on your back, blood.
You say,
Hey, the islands is paradise, but Jake could catch a hell on the
Yeah.
island. Good.
Job 20:17, ye shall not see the river, the floods, the brooks of honey and butter. That which he labored for shall he restore.
Right, so they labor to have things, to set their nest on high. That's the whole point.
To have their kingdom of heaven, right?
To have their kingdom where they own everything, you know, they got everything their way. That's going to be gone away with. That's going to be done. So there's no more having servants. No, you're the servant.
Mm-hmm.
No more having servants and all these different things that you've enjoyed. And that's beginning with the elites on down to the rest of these Edomites, man.
Yeah.
Now, some of them are already getting more and more, the middle class, upper class Edomites catching hell.
Oh.
They're all going to catch hell together. And you other ones that you didn't get what you thought you should have got, that's your problem.
You missed that.
I told you what to do already, man, but you don't listen to me, man. Sell up all your assets and move to Thailand or something. You know what I'm saying? And do your thing over there.
I remember seeing you that lit, man. But how 50k GDP gets you in India, man? You live like a king
Yeah.
in India, bro.
That man don't
50k, yeah.
50k.
You
bro.
just got to do the smell.
Hey, do it. It won't smell where you are.
Yeah.
What you mean? Like, nobody- you be living in the. You ain't gonna be living in the ghetto. Go on,
It goes on to say, and it shall not swallow, and it shall not swallow it down.
meaning digest it. It's not gonna settle. No? And that's what these Edomites think, that they think with their high IQs that they're just gonna have supremacy and have gained the world, and they're just gonna just chill on it forever.
Well, with the weapons they got as well, they think they're gonna hold on to what they've accomplished so far. But
Yeah, the proof is, once again, the proof is Matt Walsh, man. When he said what he said, because for you to say that openly, you say that no one can take you down. He was like, yeah, well, we had the power, so we took him down.
this
So
is why
it's
you
out.
fit America perfectly.
Yeah.
This is why to us it's not even up for debate. You represent that spiritual pride in the earth, man.
Pride, complaint. It is pride because they've been doing it. They've been winning for too long. And when you've been winning for too long, that's when pride comes in, and you don't think that there can be any other way. And their arrogance,
They won't come.
they see themselves as so superior to everyone else. It's like, yeah, them man can't do nothing. They're just dumb savages. We're just so smart and high IQ. Meanwhile, their kingdom is really going down before their eyes.
Yeah. And they're still talking
But
shit.
they just got these super IQs. But you weren't smart enough to understand. You don't steal from the children of God, like that's how high your IQ is. And that's why you Edomites are gonna, even though you got these super high IQs of 3084, right, and you're walking computers, you're gonna be forever looked at in history like these dudes were stupid. Listen, one thing you do know, is you don't disrespect the cartel boss's son, and you don't rape his daughter. Man on the street level wouldn't. Hey, yo, chill, son. Chill.
Mad. Holy boy.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You don't fuck with the cartel boss's son.
Yeah.
Chill. Let man do his thing. Like, he ain't trying to. But you fuck with the Most High son. Make it make sense. How are you a high IQ individual, but you messing with the sons of God?
Can I get this?
Yeah. Come on, man.
My brother read a part of this earlier. I'm going to read on from where he left off, right? About the perpetual blood situation, right? In Ezekiel 35, I'm going to read from verse 6. Therefore, as I live, saith the Lord God Yahweh, I'll prepare thee unto blood, and blood shall pursue thee. If thou hast not hated blood, even blood shall pursue thee. Thus will I make Mount Seir most desolate, and cut off from it him that passeth out, and him that returneth. And I will fill these mountains with these slain men, in thy hills, and in thy valleys, and in all thy rivers. Shall they fall that are slain with the sword. I will make thee perpetual desolations, and thy city shall not return. And ye shall know that I am the Lord Yahweh. Because thou hast said, these two nations and these two countries shall be mine.
Right, that's the northern and the southern kingdom, right? So-called Negroes, Hispanics, and Native American Indians both have been oppressed in America, and Esau looks down on both, and then he tries to play them up against each other, man. But Esau thinks he's superior to both, man.
Because thou hast said, these two nations and these two countries shall be mine, and we will possess it, whereas the Lord was there. Therefore, as I live, saith the Lord God Jehovah, I will even do according to thine anger and according to thine enemy, which thou hast used out of thy hatred against them, and I will make myself known among them when I have judged thee.
There you go. And when the Lord have judged, and this is where we are not like these Black Panthers and the rest of these morons that's running around here. Like I saw that guy, some Congress black woman, talking about reparations and all that, because these men are coming from the completely wrong angle. All these guys ultimately are looking for the grace of Esau, and we don't give a damn about Esau's grace. We're not asking. Look, we're looking in the camera. We're not asking Edomites for anything. We're not asking for your love. We're not asking for your respect, permission. We're not asking for your permission. We're not asking for your validation, opinions. We're telling you what's going to happen to you out the scriptures.
And that's what it's speaking about, the men not being bold.
Yeah.
Right? In the face of you.
Why? Because if we're going to rely on you making the right decision, then we might as well just back up, man. No. We don't need Esau to tell us what he's going to do for us and how he's going to, no. There's a higher judge that we make supplication to bring judgment. Right? We just tell Esau what the judgment is, but we're not asking for Esau handouts and all this stuff, and Esau need to give me this and give me that. Esau ain't going to do nothing for you, man.
This is Jeremiah 2:33. Why trimmest thou thy way to seek love? Therefore hast thou also taught the wicked ones thy ways.
Yeah, trying to seek love and respect and justice from Esau, you're exercising yourself in what's known as futility. That's what that is. That is a futile endeavor. It's never gonna happen. Like Esau, even if Esau even ever gave you something, just know it's a trap.
Well,
it's a setup.
Just at the point of the lesson, man. Why is Esau going to judge himself the harshest?
No,
he ain't going to do that.
You're going to give you the chip, probably. Yeah. Take this chip and we'll give you some reparations.
We know we've neglected you in the past.
Yeah. Take this chip.
You should be the first to take it.
Take this brain chip, yeah.
Get the universal basic income. So you can be saved.
Come on, man.
Well, quick one.
Yeah,
Sirach 14:5. He that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good?
He ain't gonna be good to you, Jake.
You don't give a damn about his own people, man.
Esau got a lot to pay for, man. Like, it's the debt he owes on soul, the pain, the anguish, the sorrow. What he's done is he gonna have to pay heavily, man. And no man's willing to pay that debt. You can find the number one liberal you can find out there, yeah. He ain't ready to pay the debt that needs to be paid. No Edomite is ready to pay the debt that needs to be paid. That debt's too much. It's too heavy.
It's too heavy for me. What did Cain say again? My judgment's too heavy to bear.
Yeah, it's too heavy. If I was an Edomite, I wouldn't be paying it. What? Like, I'll be honest with you. If I was an Edomite, you're gonna have to make me pay. I ain't paying that.
But this is why they won't accept accountability, man. They don't want to admit or acknowledge the fact that we are where we are because of what we did.
Yeah,
not only what we did.
They'll find a way to twist it and make it like. It's
but we gave you cars and you know what I mean. We've given you things on the way there. Why you're making billions?
It's your IQ. It's because you're low IQ and we're high IQ. It wasn't because we're just evil. Because what's IQ got to do with right or wrong? It's because because you're evil.
You be wise and wickedness.
But it's okay. We're gonna be low IQ in the kingdom, lording over you.
What? Oh, and I was gonna get another one.
Oh, can I just finish?
Yeah.
Verse Ezekiel 35:12. And thou shalt know that I am the Lord Jehovah, and that I have heard all thy blasphemies which thou hast spoken against the mountains of Israel, saying, they are laid desolate, they are given us to consume. Thus with your mouth you have boasted.
The pride, like exactly that. And it's like you made it into a doctrine. It weren't enough that you just got one over on us. You made it into a doctrine to find all these different sciences and reasons to humiliate us why we belong in this. The treatment we're giving them is natural. It's evolution. It's like you might have found every different which way, and you're still pushing it on Twitter right now. you're still trying to push this idea, trying to justify your treatment, trying to justify, you look at the trauma that Jake is under. Jake is under massive amounts of trauma. Jake has been under trauma. As a people, trauma starts externally and then it carries on internally. When you think about Jake and the massive amount of trauma you're going through in slavery, then how can you even go in your house and be a normal wife or be a normal husband? But then now you got this external trauma, it becomes internal because now we're mistreating each other because we're traumatized, man. Like we're a people that's come out of massive. It's like a dog. You know them dogs that you poke and they traumatize the dog. The dog can't be normal again. The dog's all messed up. Esau has played a massive part into when you turn on World Star Hip Hop, what you see. That's not to completely absolve Jake because the only excuse Jake has is Yahweh Shai. Look up what the word excuse means. The only thing that's going to excuse your sins is Yahweh Shai and repenting and turning to the Lord. So we're not going to say, okay, well, that means that Jake is absolved of any wrongdoing and we're just, no. There is an accountability for Jake. But two things can be right at the same time. Two people can hold accountability in a situation, not just one. So Jake has an accountability for the beast, that some of the beasts you see on World Star Hip Hop, but Esau absolutely has accountability for the creation of these people.
Willie Lynch letters.
Willie Lynch letter. Massive amounts of trauma and psychological operations been operated on Jake, and you're gonna have to pay for all that. There's gonna have to be that's on the ledger. And you're gonna have to pay it off.
The spiritual blockchain.
It
can't be erased.
Someone's gonna have to pay for that, but they want to ignore all that. Just like when they talk about Africa, oh look, when we left Africa, this, that, and the other, and Esau would like to pretend that they don't have any influence in the world, that they don't undermine no one. We just over here being good God-fearing Christians, and the whole world is just falling apart around us, yeah. And we don't. It's not like our CIA and our MI6 and our agencies. It's not that we don't do none of that. We don't undermine nobody. We just here trying to help everybody. But these people are just low-level IQ.
But you even do it overtly now. It's like you got your secret service, but you also got Trump in power right now doing everything you can to hinder other nations developing. So it's not like you ain't trying to actively stop nations, man.
The IMF, the World Bank. You know what I'm saying? John Perkins, the economic hitman, he brought out a lot of the information and things that's going on. But whenever you deal with these white supremacists online, they'll just only want to make it look like everyone else.
They played fair.
Yeah.
They played fair.
And everyone else is that's just how they are. Things are just the way they are because we're just superior.
The thing is, when you're messing with Esau, the playing field's never equal. Never. He's always made sure he got handicaps. Clearly.
Yeah.
Right?
It's
you
like,
don't get the opportunity.
It's like a man, like drugging all of his competition. Yeah. And then just saying, they just slow. I'm superior. They just slow. Man's drugs, man. Man's like flipping. People do all them kind of scandalous stuff, like have man knocking on their doors the night before the race. Making man up. Just doing the most you can, to hamper man to the maximum degree, and then just come out in a press conference and go, genetically these men are just inferior and they're just slow. I even sent him some tips. You know what I mean? That's what Esau's doing. Esau's got
because this is the thing when you look into E and how like different nations have progressed. E allows certain nations to progress. You can look at that in terms of the policies that he applies to those nations.
When he's making money from it.
Exactly, when he's making money from it. China's a perfect example. Japan's another example. But then you also look at the old French colonies in Western Africa, right? Where it's like, I forget the one with Traore or whatever, where it's like that uranium on the open market is worth a certain price, right? But then when they're selling it to France, they have to sell it at this mad reduced rate, right? And that's what Esau will do. Zimbabwe is another example where it's embargo after embargo. Now, I've never fully gone into it, but I remember Uncle was explaining to me that Zimbabwe was going down from time of Cecil Rhodes, because Cecil Rhodes was trying to cede from the crown, basically. He was getting too big for his boots, right? So they already had a bit of beef and stuff like that. But Zimbabwe's got a hell of natural resources, silver and just gold and stuff like everywhere, right? But because of embargoes, because of trade rules and stuff like that, right? He will make it such that a nation cannot progress.
And then blame it on the fact, well, it's because we're not there, and they're just lower IQ.
Yeah.
And you're just like, what?
When you go to certain, it was hardship makes people industrious, right? Like for instance, when Jake was in captivity, we was trying to find ways of making things a bit easier, so we would invent certain things.
Or is it even all the best cuisines that Jake come up with because of
Yeah.
not having much? You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that they're classified as culture now. It's that part of our culture. It tastes good. You nothing actually comes from you.
Yeah.
Nothing really actually comes from you, man. You know, even when
Nah, you're right. Nah, you're wrong. You're wrong.
What did they do?
They're Batiman.
Yeah, that comes.
They're Batiman thing and wickedness and evil.
You know, 'cause even things like you'll give Thomas Edison the credit of to create the light bulb or Bell with the phone or something. But there was Jake underneath them doing the stuff.
Yeah.
But because they don't own the company or whatever it is, man, they don't get no credit.
Yeah, I saw something which Lord I'll look into more was basically how the patent system is a thing of control, right? Because it's a thing. It's like just because someone patented it first doesn't mean that they created it first. Like, and especially when I'll look into
Because the patent's just an idea at the end of the day.
Yeah, I get what someone can invent something, but if they don't patent it, someone else can patent it and have the rights to it. Listen, man, in whichever way you slice it, Esau is really in the position he's in for two reasons. One, the Lord set him up to be in that position. And two, he's superior at evil. Superior at evil. That's really, if you want to talk about superiority, in a world of wickedness and evil, you are superior. When it comes to lies and skullduggery, 100%. You're superior. You've done a great job undermining and doing all kind of wickedness. That's what you support. You surpassing, man. Lies. Look at your political system. Listen. I gotta hand it. Listen, man. See, the American political system is, if you actually understand and look at what they're doing, it's amazing how they twist and turn these people using the left-right paradigm. It's the mind fuckery they do to the American public is on another scale, unknown to mankind. But that's exactly what it is. It's mind fucking people. Yeah, okay, good, well done. You excel at lies and propaganda and skullduggery and traumatizing people and manipulating them. Oh, great. Wow. Very noble, you know? Well, how noble is that?
When you were saying that, you was making the scriptures say that this man has a God complex. But when you read, was it Proverbs 21, it says that basically, the Most High twists a man's mind any which way that he wants. So that's what Esau is basically trying to do. He's trying to twist a man's mind to be like in one.
Yeah, but look at this Epstein thing. How many times have man flip-flopped about this Epstein thing in the space of about 2 weeks? Don't you know that they're just fucking with your brain? 1 minute there's no list, then there is a list. Then there's no list, then there is a list. Then I'm releasing the list,
I'm not releasing
but then I'm not releasing the list. And you don't seem to think that what they're actually doing is demoralizing you and putting you in a state of trauma and confusion so that they can manipulate you. Because trauma allows you to manipulate. Anyone that goes through a trauma is easily manipulated. That's why even MK Ultra is what? Trauma-based mind control. Trauma allows you to manipulate someone's mind. And that's why the American public is constantly being traumatized.
Being traumatized deeply in them, and that's like it's not on the surface, it's deep within them, so it can be triggered.
Traumatized with people. 1 minute he's a champion for righteousness, next minute he's a pedophile, then he's a champion for righteousness. You're all over the place, man. You're traumatized, man. MAGA's traumatized right now, which puts them in a position to make them more easily what? Manipulated. Anyway, go on. Let's keep it going.
Mine's a bit of a read.
Yeah, so I was going to verse. Ezekiel 45 again, verse 13. So thus with your mouth you have boasted against me and have multiplied your words against me. I have heard them. Thus saith the Lord God Jehovah, when the whole earth rejoiceth, I will make thee desolate. As thou didst rejoice at the inheritance of the house of Israel, because it was desolate, so will I do unto thee. Thou shalt be desolate, O Mount Seir, and all Idumea, even all of it, and they shall know that I am the Lord Jehovah.
Because in the end, when all's said and done, even these other nations gonna have an out, but Esau ain't gonna have an out. Esau, well, you could call it an out, meaning out of this world. Or even these other nations are gonna live in the kingdom of heaven. They're gonna have an inheritance. right? And they're gonna benefit from actual. It sounds crazy, but actual righteous rulership being on earth. Rulers that are perfect, not pretending to be perfect, not running propaganda schemes. Actual leadership that do what they say and say what they do. That live by an actual code of conduct and not flip-flopping and changing and hypocrisy, which is what you get in Esau's rulership. What you get is high-level hypocrisy, whether it's the left or the right, and all it does is a big mess. No, there's going to be righteous rulership, and right is going to be right, and wrong is going to be wrong. And there's something to be said for living in a world like that. So ultimately, the other nations, after they've paid their dues, they're going to pay their rightful tax, you know, the that you have to pay for living in our world. But outside of,
by the way, it's going to be less than what Esau taxed them.
much less than what Esau's taxing them now, they're going to get a better deal.
Yeah, better deal.
They're going to get righteous rulership, right? They're going to get their lands, they're going to get their reigns. You know what I'm saying? And they're going to be taught and showed how to minimize judgment coming upon themselves. Whereas he's under Esau's leading the whole world into mass judgment.
Yeah.
He's just like, yo, there's judgment over there. Dive in.
Yeah.
Come on, holding hands, just dive in together. Like that's what Esau's doing. You know them ball pits.
Hey,
that's Esau.
The son of perdition.
Yeah.
You know.
You know, Mr. High IQ, he's literally leading the whole world into a judgment that's never been seen before on earth. That's how high IQ he is. He's like, hey, there's judgment over there. Follow me.
It's like I'm looking at the bad ending and saying again. The only way I could have found it was him.
The new Game Plus mode, and it's like super difficult. Yeah, let's do that.
Mine's long.
Yeah, that's
Book
crazy.
of Isaiah 14 and 18. All the kings of the nations, even all of them, lie in glory.
Yeah.
Everyone in his own house. But thou art
Yeah,
cast
they're
out.
gonna come a time where these other nations, they're gonna receive an inheritance, which is the lands that the Lord has provided them, right? And then they're gonna have their own ardor, because we're gonna set it up, because they're gonna be a reflection of us. This is how life is supposed to be. You know, when you rule over something, you make it like yourself. So over a course of 1,000 years of slavery, the nations are actually going to become more like us. They're going to be perfect, but they're going to become more like us, meaning though our philosophies, our values are going to be instilled in them to follow them. Our laws. So when we set them back up in their lands are going to be divided how we divided our land. They're going to have sanctuary cities in their land like how we got sanctuary cities. They're going to be running things how we run it. They're going to have kings, and that king is going to be living in his royal palace. Now, is it going to be like David's palace? I think not. But he's still going to have his thing. And we're not going to be like, my man over there got a bill. Like Esau is. We ain't listen, we're going to be nice. We don't have time for envy. That's Esau's thing.
But this is the thing, like the elites nowadays, right? They got tons of everything, right? They're not looking really upon what they look. Well, actually, they are.
They are.
They are.
That's what I'm trying to say. They're envious. They don't care. Like they could have everything,
Yeah,
and you just get that one little thing, and they want to. They don't like it. They're envious of people that
don't even have anything.
Yeah. No, we're not gonna have that spirit, man. If you're a king of Elam, then you should live like a king to a degree. I'm a hater and just that's Esau, man. Listen, man, do your thing as long as you.
I said, we're gonna be nice. We're not gonna be worried about what you got.
You're picking up them.
Because we know we're gonna have more than what you got.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We already know. You know?
But that's the way of Esau. It's a covetous man. You just gotta pick up your dues and you can live your life, man. Be happy. We don't give a damn. And that's the difference between a sadist like Esau and an actual righteous ruler.
We'll just let you do.
Like, what's the problem here? Oh, that man should be living. Everyone should be living in a slum except me. What's wrong with this guy, man? No, we're actually gonna fix it because we don't want to see the world all stinking and filled with favelas.
It's like Esau believes everything belongs to him. Everything. And if you got it, it's like I should have it.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. That's why WEF has that motto, man. You will own nothing.
Yeah.
What kind of man would even say such a thing? Why is that even righteous? Like, how can a man just come out and say that? Like, that's normal.
And tell you you're gonna be happy as well. That's
Houseway.
That's gaslighting to like.
Yeah.
Well, how about you own nothing?
Because someone's gonna own something.
Right? You own nothing.
Yeah, for real.
Someone has to own something, right?
Man's literally spent the last 400 years trying to gather all the resources.
Yeah.
Then turn around and tell you you don't own nothing. And be like, wicked.
BlackRock.
No,
taking
no,
it out.
actually, you're gonna own nothing.
That's right.
Or as you say, it's like when you look at just like how this place is set up, man. It's like how can you like walk out of say like Kensington and Chelsea, take a left, and it's just like just poverty. Like I think about Grenfell Tower is in shots view from Holland Park.
Yeah.
Right, Holland Park. That's where you get your 20, 30, 40 million pound yards. Right, and then that man would have just been there watching as the building burnt. What the fuck is that, man?
Yeah, sadism. Because don't get us wrong. There's always going to be poor and there's always going to be rich. But Esau's created extremes. And the world doesn't operate well on the extremes. There's no reason why people should be in like dirt poverty in the earth. There's no reason for that. There's being poor and then there's being in poverty. There's no reason. Not everyone can be a king. We understand this. We don't believe in equality. We're not talking about equality.
You ain't got guys fucking on spice because they're so fucked. They got nothing else. They're trying to escape.
Messed up.
Like man, I got cities full of fucking zombies and shit.
Slums with sewage flowing down the street, man.
Oh, man.
But Esau don't mind all that, man. Well, that's not going to be in our world.
That is so traumatizing, bro. Like just live among like that because Esau's created an environment that creates such a thing, and we're not gonna have something like that.
And it's the thing; these things are fixable, man. This is like when you look through different parts of the world. You like when you look through certain parts, certain countries, since like maybe the 70s, 80s, they've been able to go from poverty to not poverty. Not gonna say they've gone, that they live great, right? But China's a perfect example of this, man. Right, not in the 1970s, they were piss poor. It was a piss poor nation, right? But now they're in a position where, up to they say, officially speaking, like 90% of people own their own home.
Yeah, but that's called management. And see, that's where it really comes down to the nobles. How the condition of the people always comes back to the nobles and the vibration that they're under. And that's why the scripture said, when the righteous are in rulership, the people rejoice. When the wicked are in rulership, the people will mourn. Because when you've got wicked rulers, they're only going to destroy the people around them. They're gonna steal. They're gonna be greedy. They're gonna be envious, and then you get a situation that we have right now. And that is the core issue that this kingdom has. And people think they're gonna vote that system out, but you can't. There's no voting it out because everyone you vote for is under that same vibration. They fought by voting. The problem with America is the way Americans run, the wealth isn't distributed down the chain. This trickle-down economics. It was always a lie. So what's happened in America is over time, the gap between the rich and the poor is growing. And then that's causing more stress on the people. And then they thought, okay, so then we just vote in Trump. He's going to fix that. No, he's not. Trump is going to come in and continue to do that same thing. And you know why it's going to continue to happen? Because they're wicked. It's a spiritual problem before it's a political problem. It's the root of it is your ruling class is just wicked. And this ain't the kingdom of heaven. And they don't understand that. They think they're in the kingdom of heaven, so there's going to be a ruler a righteous ruler. Listen, there ain't no righteous rulers in this world. There isn't. The righteous rulers are the 144,000. And they're in the world to come, which is why we're bringing it out. Esau's not going to enjoy that righteous rulership because he's just going to be under punishment as we're going into. And then he's going to be done away with. He's not going to get to the point where, your punishment's over. Kind of like when you're a kid. The parents punish you, but then after the punishment's over, they go back to being cool. Esau ain't going to get to the being cool part. He's just going to get the whooping and die. And that's it. Yeah?
Precept.
Oh, you got a bit more stuff.
But thou art cast out of thy grave like an abominable branch, and as the raiment of those that are slain, thrust through with a sword that go down to the stones of the pit, as the carcass trodden under feet. Thou shalt not be joined with them in burial, because thou hast destroyed thy land and slain thy people. The seed of evildoer shall never be known.
Because you Edomites, you want to be looked at as the super people, the greatest of all time, the superior people. But the Lord is going to fill your legacy with nothing but shame and contempt. Your propaganda, your flattery that you flatter yourself with You flatter yourself as being the, we're leading mankind further than they've ever been. That's what you want to be known as. You want to be the God. You want to be the man. You want to be the one that people look up to and go, yeah, like these are the greatest people ever. They're so smart, high IQ.
I prove God don't exist.
Has there ever been a righteous people as this? That's how you want to be treated, how we're going to be treated. Ultimately, that's how we're going to be looked at. All the nations are going to get down on their knees. They're going to pray. They're going to thank God that his righteous sons are ruling. They're going to say, has there ever been a more wise and benevolent people? These noble Israelites, man. Yeah. That's how they're going to look to us. Like, these people are perfect. Look at them, they're God. Look at their families. Look at their cities. Look at the way they do it. They don't even make mistakes. That's how Esau wants to be viewed. And that's how he views himself through flattery. But guess what? How is he really going to be? What is his real legacy going to be? His real legacy is going to be, yeah, them people, they were like chopping off man's penises. They tried to take everyone's inheritance and they wanted to fight God. I thought, what? They did what? Yeah. Like these Edomites, they tried to overturn the word of God. They thought they were smarter than God. They thought they could overturn prophecy with science and technology. And men are gonna be reading about it like, no. Like for real, man's like, nah, yeah, look, you see that place over there? I'll take you. Look, they go on a boat, yeah, and it's a fucking desert. Yeah, this was their glorious, this was the pinnacle of their glorious empire. And yeah, that's what happened to them, the high IQ ones.
They had the missile defense systems and all kinds of things. And they ended up.
When Thanos retells the story, so he just bring it up. Look what it happened.
and the viewpoint isn't going to be, oh, we're amazed by these people and how smart they are. They're going to be like, yo, these men were fucking morons. These were fools. Wait, hold on. Say that again. What they wanted to fight God. They thought they could build something to fight God. Yeah, they had some lasers and that, and they thought, yeah, it was gonna work. People, because think of the mindset of the people in the kingdom. They're gonna completely be understanding the power of God. They're gonna be like, insanity.
I was gonna say, has there ever been a civilization, that's ever thought about fighting God?
No.
Just they defy it. To defy God is one thing.
The IQs were high.
To defy God is one thing. To actually think to go fight God is another thing completely, bro.
The hubris, the arrogance.
You were saying that sort of like we'll look back at the story of like ancient Egypt, and we just said like, yo, why didn't Pharaoh just let him go, bro? Like,
Pharaoh's going like a genius compared to people are not going to believe it, but it's going to be believed because it's going to be written, it's going to be recorded. But they're going to look at you Edomites with such contempt, and like, thank God they got exterminated because they nearly got us all killed. These people were insane. They were like, they wanted us to have no marriages. They were talking about man having been with an AI.
It's like, they almost caused another flood to happen. You know what I mean?
These men were insane. They wanted everyone's daughters to be prostitutes. They wanted your sons to be gay. Like, everything they were doing was destroying the self-destructive. They're like, oh, how could people have lived in such a dark time? Your era is going to be known as the Dark Ages, a dark, brief, dark time in human history when the devil, these insane people, were running the world and everybody was in poverty and crying out. This is your legacy. That's the seed of evildoers will never be renowned. You're not going to get no renown. Oh, the great men. Now they're going to be like, yeah, that one was a pedophile.
Oh, yeah. And the thing is, once again, it's that we're going to be able to tell exactly what it was you was doing behind those doors. Right now, we're like, yeah, you do it, blah, 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 but we going to know.
You lied about going to the moon.
Yeah.
Just lying. And that's going to be a wild concept. In our kingdom, the living under a complete lie will be a wild concept. And man will be like, well, why would you do that? Why would you just lie about everything? Why not just tell the truth like the Israelites? It's just better that way. Why would you want to live in a world where it's all illusions and lies? Hey, listen, man. Glad they're gone.
Glad they're not around.
Glad they're not around no more. You're going to be a cautionary tale. You're going to be something that mothers tell their children. Don't be like the Edomites. Tell us about the Edomites. They're like, no,
Yeah. That's
You
gonna
don't
be
want to hear
real
that horrible
scary.
story again.
crazy people, mommy. The
Yeah.
Edomites were crazy
Yeah.
and stupid. Yeah, but they said they had 486 IQs, man.
Yeah.
You know, they were talking about Star Trek and all sorts, man. They were going to take over. They were going to take over the universe. Now look, yeah, it's a reality, man.
I got a preset. This is Deuteronomy 17 and 14, the points in NLT version. It's called the guidelines for a king. Verse 14, it says, "You are about to enter the land the Lord your God is giving you. When you take it over and settle there, you may think we should elect a king to rule over us like the other nations around us. If this happens, be sure to select a king, the man the Lord your God chooses. You must appoint a fellow Israelite. He may not be a foreigner." And this is the point here. The king must not build up.
Snuff, and why is that then? Why can't it be a foreigner? Because foreigner's never going to have your best interests. That's just the point of it. Now, we've got a foreign ruler over us who don't care about us. Even though they talk about they care, they don't care. We're not first on the list of things that they care about. Right at the bottom.
Foreigner's going to translate the kingdom into his people.
Exactly. Yep.
It says the king must not build up a large stable of horses for himself, or send his people to Egypt to buy horses. For the Lord has told you, you must never return to Egypt. And it
Yeah,
says,
the purpose, when you're a nobleman, you're rich based upon your virtue, the blessings of the Lord.
Yeah.
But the riches isn't your goal. The riches happen because you're blessed.
Yeah.
Now you use your riches and your nobility to guide and help the people. And the Lord will continue to bless you for being that good steward. That's not this kingdom. In this kingdom, the nobility are a parasitic class that exist only to fill their bellies at the expense of the people. This wasn't the spirit of David. David wasn't thinking, I got a kingdom. I'm just gonna monetize this thing. Like, I'm just gonna monetize. That's what all I'm here for is to monetize. The hell with these people. I need to get more of what I need. Even when I don't need, I just need it all. That is the wrong vibration of a true and virtuous leader, which Esau's never had that. They've never had none. They don't have leaders like that. David is special, man. David is such a one that would take personal accountability rather than let the people suffer. You understand what I'm saying? And that's the kind of king you want. A king that understands that as a ruler, you're not just there for the perks of rulership. There's a responsibility you have and an accountability you have towards your flock. And that's why even in this ministry, what did the Lord say to the apostles? Feed my sheep. And then he had the thing where he had them washing each other's feet. Because even though you're in rulership, there's also a humility that comes with rulership, knowing that when you rule over someone, there is a service that you also do to them. It's not just about the perks. But most people, when they think about positions of authority, they're drunk of the authority and the perks that come with it, but they don't want to fulfill the service that comes with that, which means taking care of that which you're ruling over. And then when you do that, you go and be good anyway.
And that's the thing, when you look at these governments, right, you notice that the politicians, they'll give them so pay rise and stuff like that, even though they'll also admit that the economy's not doing so well. Really should be, if they're going to take any extra cut, it should be because of the profits the country's making, right? But they don't give a fuck about, giving themselves more money because it's the perk for them. They get to control all of that sort of stuff, right? But at the same time, they'll tell you, oh, we're going to take away the allowances of the poor people. But they're not putting themselves in that situation.
Because they're not. Okay, listen, you can go to the poorest country in the world, there's going to be a ruling class there that are not poor. And that's what you got to understand. Like, when you look at the UK right now is down. It's like spiraling into the depths of poverty at a fast rate. Like, however, that doesn't mean that the people, the nobility of the UK are going down. They're not. They're increasing. Because that's where the money's going to. Right? So, yeah, the UK is down bad, but the people who feel that are the people on the ground level. My man that owned the Duke of Westminster, to him, the UK might be going down, but I'm going up. And the same thing happened during the C-19. They said all the billionaires got richer, right? Yeah. So for them, there is no economic downturn. This is the issue. When for the elites, there is no the economy is going down. Because even when the economy is going down, someone's making money. That's why you could go to a third world country, right, and go to a man in the favela, and they're like, right, this country's F. Yeah, but the prime minister don't live like that. So for him, it don't matter. You get me? It don't matter however the economy goes down or up, because I'm going to be getting mine. I'm not going to be eating. And it's you found that throughout history, that's how it is. The nobles have always ate good, whether things are going good or bad for the normal people.
Whether they're conservatives or the Labour, whatever the class they are, or whatever left or right they are, they all doing good.
Their lifestyle doesn't change. It's that you Americans crying about, oh, like, things are so hard for me all up on the internet. You think when has it been hard for Trump? Never. Because for him and his friends, there is no hard times. Even if the price of bread went up 10 times, he wouldn't notice. Because these men are so rich that they'll just pay for the bread. It's like that it doesn't hurt them. Because they own the factory that's making the bread anyway.
They have excess of money and all these.
They're always going to be making profits somewhere. It's you that's caught out, and that's how the game goes. But a righteous leader is going to endeavor to actually care about the people. You know.
I was saying real quick, like in the area that we are, the chances of us going and seeing a bread line first, but then you go to another part of town.
There's like 10 of them.
10 of them, maybe in
Like Barking.
Yeah.
Like 5 bread lines in Barking.
If I can grab this, it's Psalm 70. If I'm going to read into it, if that's okay.
And they're making money from the bread line too. They own the companies that still produce the bread. Someone has to still pay for the bread.
Well, the proof is, look at where they eat now. It's like they're already spending. It's nothing for these guys to spend thousands on one meal, right? You go, would you call it certain places where it's like there'll be like a whole family of them, like 10 of them, but it's like 200-300 a plate.
And it's not because they're getting bigger plates, so, you know.
Yeah.
It's smaller sometimes.
All the time, yeah.
You know, but it's the quality of the food and everything. They don't care. They can pay. They want that.
The nobles are always fine. In America, while all them people are in crisis mode, the super rich in America are still super rich. Nothing affects them. Petrol price goes up. It affects you. It doesn't affect them.
They have to fill up a private jet.
Like I said, they own the oil company, so it's like they're making more money.
So it doesn't affect them the same way. And because it doesn't affect them, they don't really care. They'll pretend they care, but they don't care because, like we read, you know, that's why you want to pick a king that actually cares about the people. Because then it's not all about their own personal gain and their money. Now they're interested in everyone else's lives, and beginning with making sure that they do the right things, so they establish the law.
Oh, beautiful, man. This is verse 17. It says, "The king must not take many wives for himself, because they will turn his heart away from the Lord, and he must not accumulate large."
So that whole thing about taking many wives is you're not here to just and this is what you're not a playboy. Just because you're a king, like if you spend all your time, your kingdom's listen. The whole point of being a king, you got a job to do. Now, there's gonna be perks and you're gonna have women. But like I said, man, if you think being a king means that all you do is just indulge in your lust for 24/7, then you're not really a king, are you? You're just a parasite. You're just someone that sits there and just consumes. When are you actually gonna rule? And ruling means now we need to go, wait, what's happening over here? Hey, sort that out. I need someone to come and inform me, come to my court, tell me what's happening over there. What can we do? That's how a king has work to do. But when you play, you play. You know, when you play, you play. But a king actually has fucking work to do. A king is not just a perk. It's a job. It's a job. Yeah. But it's a job that comes with the high responsibility, but the highest rewards and perks, man. But a lot of people don't think of it like that because all they care about is the lust that come with having things you want. And then meanwhile, your kingdom will fall shit because you're the playboy king. So while everything's falling apart, you're just still indulging yourself. And then all your servants are robbing everything because you're vacant. A good king knows his kingdom. He's going to spend a lot of time managing his people because that's why you're the king. You're not the king just so you can suck up funds.
And you know it's true, right? You play them civilization games, right? Man. If you don't look after it, bro, that pressure goes south real quick. Right? You got to put time into it to make sure everything's running nice.
And you'll enjoy doing it too. It's actually a very satisfying pleasure to run a city the right way.
And especially with the people who are thankful, you know, because they're being treated good and like you know, let's say you're taking a stroll and like no one is addressing you, Lord, and that they could appreciate your work. keeping the road safe and all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that's a good feeling, man. You're doing your job.
Right. Great power comes with great responsibility.
You don't want to hear about madness that's going on. You don't want to hear that. Or there's bad man on spice in the corner of the world somewhere. You don't want to hear that in your kingdom, bro.
Yeah.
That needs to be sorted
Have
now.
reflection on you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. You can't be running the kingdom and you got like destitute people on the doorstep of the kingdom. How's that work?
Why is this happening? But Esau, he's more in making it happen.
Yeah.
The devil, man.
And it says, and he must not accumulate large amounts of wealth in silver and gold for himself.
Yeah, the king is not supposed to be motivated by just making money, monetizing. And then you could bring that to this ministry. That's why when you come into the ministry, and this is a royal act, this is a noble act, this condition that we're in when it comes to performing the ministry. And again, what does the ministry involve? We're gonna get money? Oh, hell yeah. There's gonna be monetary rewards to this ministry. Is that the focus? No. It's not the focus. Some man come in like Al-Azhar and these guys, they come into the ministry and money and monetary gain is their focus. And that shows you, or women, they just want women and money. The perks is their focus. And that just shows you they're not fit. They're not fit to be a ruler because you've already failed.
Yeah. Oh, because I was one of the things that the Most High, with King Solomon, was like, he didn't even ask me for any of this stuff. I'm gonna give it to you all.
But it'll come. Naturally, it'll come.
Guys at Al-Azhar and that, they just want the perks of being the man. They want to be praised. They want to be the don so they can get a bag of gal and they can have a bag of money and to live their lifestyle. But the first principles of what it means to actually be a ruler and a leader among them, but they don't really care about that. They'll fake that as they go along, but that's not really their main purpose. So if they weren't making a bag of money from it, they wouldn't even do it. They wouldn't even do it because that's not what they're here for. They'll find whatever they need to do to get the money because the money is what is at their heart. Whereas this ministry, what's supposed to be at your heart is serving the Lord, man, and doing that which is right and spreading his truth. That's the core elements of this ministry. This ministry is not about monetization and getting a bag of gal or man praising you. It's about doing your job first. The praise and the bag of gal and the money, that's just going to come later. That's like a perk for the, but that's not the main focus.
Very quick, just very quick. Revelation 2, verse 4 says, nevertheless, I am somewhat against thee because thou hast left thy first love. Right? Because they say this ministry that we're in is supposed to be about us, distributing the truth. And that is supposed to be our sole job, right? It's not meant to be about anything else. But a lot of these guys, it becomes something else. It becomes, they get sent the money that comes in. Back at the old school.
They get a whiff of
They
the
don't
money.
tell you.
They get a whiff of Panani and money.
Yeah,
And that's what it becomes about, man. And that's a guy that wouldn't be a good leader. You wouldn't be a good leader. A good leader is not swayed by the whiff of money and the whiff of Panani. They're more noble. They're more honorable than you. Integrity. Integrity. They have integrity.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
Switch talk about like not going aside to rest judgment or something like that. So then it's like if someone and also this piece that gift destroyeth the heart. So if your heart is on, your mind is on money, and you know that this guy could hook you up, then you go and judge.
Favoritism.
Yeah. You've got a congregation of hypocrites and the tabernacles of bribery.
Deuteronomy 16 and 19.
Yeah. What?
And verse 18, it says, when he sits on the throne as king, he must copy for himself this body of instructions on a scroll in the presence of a Levitical priest. He must always keep that copy with him and read it daily as long as he lives. That way, he will learn to fear the Lord his God by obeying all the terms of his instructions and decrees. That's the last
Right. You rule by the law that the Lord gave and not by your own self, because being a king comes with power. Now you get that power now, you start becoming your own God now. Now it's gonna problem. But now you're moving you're getting drunk off your authority and moving like Kublai Khan out there. Now you can just do what you want because I'm king. Forgetting that there's one which is over you. And he gave you that position not for you to abuse it, but to use it in righteousness. And that's Esau Edom. Esau Edom has been given a power and authority in the earth. And did he use that power and authority to establish the righteousness of the Heavenly Father? No. He used that power and authority to do whatever the hell he felt like he wanted to do.
Yeah.
He used the scriptures as a way to manipulate you, man.
Talking about some damn constitution, but you're Christians. What the hell are you talking about some constitution for? The Lord already. This is the thing about Esau Edom, yeah, is that the proper way of running a people is already in the scriptures. There was nothing else that needed to be made. So when you hear these Americans glorifying the Constitution, you're being disrespectful. Oh, the Constitution. And they don't even respect the Constitution. But the Lord already made, like, you got all these laws that you've made, and now you're praising your society. When the Lord already, so then is your laws and your society superior to what the Lord set up? Because which one is it?
Because if it's not, why didn't you go by the book?
Why didn't you just go by what was already there? So the whole thing is just a slap in the face. It's a disrespect. Oh, we love the Bible. Then why don't you just do what it says in there? No, you made up your own constitution and your laws and your bylaws and the Magna Carta. You're praising the Magna Carta. And you don't even respect it anyway, because you break whatever you need to break when you feel like it.
Well, some of them would just say it's just an old piece of paper. So how do you perceive the Bible then?
But if they don't respect the word of God, they're damn sure ain't gonna respect no damn constitution.
That's it. Man.
So the whole thing is a farce, man.
This regular reading will prevent him from becoming proud and acting as if he's above his fellow citizens.
There you go. Just because you're king don't make you God. You are an authority, but you're not the most high. So you can't just start doing madness, like taking people's wives and all this stuff. Taking people's property.
Because that's what kings would do. Like, you know, the kings of different nations would do that.
Start abusing their
power,
man.
And it says it will also prevent him from turning away from these commandments in the smallest way. And it will ensure that he and his descendants will reign for many generations in Israel.
Because the king is not a lord to himself. He's being governed by the Heavenly Father, man. That's why he has to continuously read the commandments, man. Right? Because he has a duty first to serve the Lord.
And if you break that law, the curses still apply. So you could run the kingdom in the way you want to run it. But when that kingdom get hit with fire and brimstone,
you don't know what. Don't be surprised.
You ain't got the power to stop that. Command the fire to not come. That's Esau.
And you know, I was watching just got around to watching the House of David, and so I started watching the thing. It's good, isn't it? Right. But the same thing was happening to Saul. Saul didn't listen to what he was told to do, right? And this is what only gave most of the reason to take the kingdom away from him, because he feared man as opposed to the Most High. He didn't do what he was told to do, right? Because Saul was thinking, well, I'm king, I can make this right. But no, he has to serve the Most High first, right? And if you can't do that, then your kingdom is going to fall. And this is exactly what's happening to this place. You know, he sort of never served the Most High anyway, but it don't go according to laws or anything like that. So of course this place is going to fall.
But what about the IQ?
I could hold.
Surely the IQ is so high that they got it all figured out, right?
Yeah, we're gonna read Psalm 73 because it kind of goes into first, what it's perceived of Esau, but then what its actual end is, right? So this is Psalm 73 from 3, right? So it says, "For I was envious at the foolish when I saw the prosperity of the wicked." All right, which right now you may look at these Edomites and be like, "Yo, yeah, they're doing all right." Okay. It says, "For there are no bands in their death, but their strength is firm." It says, "They are not in trouble as other men, neither are they plagued like other men. Therefore pride compasseth them about as a chain, violence covereth them as a garment." Right? So basically, that's one of the things you see, because of everything. Esau is very proud. Okay? He's very proud. Right? So their eyes stand out with fatness. They have more than heart could wish. Right? We can precept that with Habakkuk 2, right? Cannot be satisfied. Right? So they are corrupt and speak wickedly concerning oppression.
Yeah, they justify it. Esau will be the villain, but then also he want to be portrayed as the hero. That's why the Rothschilds are known as philanthropists. So you'll be the villain, and he ain't even just gonna come out and go do the Randy Savage, the Randy Orton thing, the legend killer. That own the heel, isn't it? Esau ain't gonna own the heel. He will be the heel, but then he'll want to be the praised as the baby face. And that's what Esau's done. Oh, we're not really, we're actually trying to help. We care about the children. Nah, bro, you the heel.
Yep. So they speak loftily. They set their mouth against the heavens, and their tongue walketh through the earth.
You know what makes me laugh, right? These philanthropists, right? These guys like Rothschild, not so much billions and trillions of money, right? They're individual wealth. Some of these individuals wealth in that family is more than some of these countries, right? And they're supposed to be helping these poor nations, get water, all these kinds of different things, but they still haven't solved the issue.
Yeah, the war on poverty. What a joke.
You know,
While you're enriching yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
it's getting more still.
It's and then
Nothing's changed.
the media plays a big role in that because so much injustices is happening all the time in the world, yeah. And you really only hear it. Sometimes you might go on YouTube, you find these little small, tiny little investigative reporters, and they'll go to some place in South America. I've seen it. Sometimes you run across it, and they're like, "Oh yeah, this woman, she was a major activist against Coca-Cola because Coca-Cola, they were poisoning the water and blah blah blah." And then like 3 weeks later, she was gunned down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you be watching it, and you be like, "Yo, this is deep." So it's obvious to anyone that she was activist against Coca-Cola, and then she gets gunned down by some local gangsters.
Yeah.
They put money out on her, and they got rid of her. And I'm like, "Rah!" But guess where that story is gonna stay in that little marginalized space by this little low-level reporter. You won't hear it being broadcast at CNN. So these things happen all the time. These corporations do some gangster shit and mess with people in the third world all the time, but it won't be put on CNN and Fox News.
Which for one of the guys I know, his little sister, what at like a company that does like private security and stuff, but like big boy level private security. So they'll do like extraction. So it's like they'll know intel about things that's happening in the world. One of the stories she was telling was like he had some UN peacekeepers that basically strayed from Congo into Rwanda. And now basically when they wanted to come back into Congo, the villagers like, look man, you might have been doing too much, madness. We don't want you to come back. So they just gunned them down. Like 30 man dead, never heard about it. I think I saw like 1 or 2 articles.
It happens all the time. There's a lot of wickedness that's happening, but Esau through his media, he controls it. So everything that comes on the main channel is because they want you to know about it. They don't want you to know about something. You never know. That's what I always tell people. If Esau don't want you, they will just not put it on there. And period. And the only people that will talk about it is insignificant little people, and the algorithm won't give it no. And then they'll keep you preoccupied with something else on the mainstream. So anytime you hear like Epstein was on the main news channel, yeah, that was given the go ahead. Yeah, we can talk about this.
Oh, they get what it is, but there's been certain times it's like there'll be a story, and then like they'll be like, "Oh, we can't speak about this no more." We've had like officially speaking, right? So there's certain things you just don't hear about.
They control it all. They on the mainstream of what you're gonna absorb. They can be like, "No, that story, no, that's not happening." That's why they have editors.
Yeah.
That's why a newspaper has editors. They got people that's there in position to say what can and can't be spoken about at a particular time.
Things and whatever.
Because there's a lot more things happening in the world than what the mainstream media shows you. But they have to control perceptions.
Well, the same bloody 7 stories or whatever.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? The whole world today.
Yeah.
There's shit going on today, man.
Things happen all the time, man. And so who decides what ends up on CNN or Fox News or what's getting pushed?
What's important?
What's important to know? Yeah, no, I see it all the time. Look, man, there's so many instances where these major corporations are effing over people all over the world. They don't bring it all up because they don't want you to know all that. Yeah.
I always remember, I think when Elizabeth died, basically I remember on Twitter they were speaking about how people had evidence against Harry committing like sex crimes or whatever, right? And I was going to bring it to the press. That story died. That was it. They called up Twitter. It was like, look, man, he ranked that. Yeah, that's
not on the agenda.
Yeah.
That's the reality, man. If it's on the mainstream news, it's because it was given the green light. So even if you think, oh, that's exposing something, they don't mind you knowing that. You know what I mean? Like
that fuels the agenda on fire.
Yeah. They got to make it look like they're doing something, when really there's so much more that they could be bringing out all the time.
Yeah. Oh, it's like the thing with the C-19 where Boris and them were having a party, and it's like, oh, we know they were doing worse than that. Yeah. We know they were, they had their hoods up, in some woods somewhere. We know they were doing all of that, huh? Right? Yeah. But they'll tell you about these parties that they were having.
Yeah, that. What about that? So you're telling me some investigative journalists ain't found out no other information?
Yeah.
Come on, man. You got all these pedophile rings going on. Like, there's much more information.
Go on. Psalm 73:10 says, therefore his people return hither, and waters of a full cup are wrung out to them. And they say, how doth the Most High know, and is there knowledge in the Most High?
Right? They think that they're getting away with it, man, because the Lord ain't done nothing. So they fully think that they're getting away with all the man.
Yeah. That's it. It says, behold, these are the ungodly who prosper in the world, they increase and rich.
Right?
That's
And
not hard for him to understand.
that is the root of the. You show me a billionaire, I'll show you an ungodly demon. If you don't get that's what people need to realize. It's a club. They will not allow you to
Yeah.
get up to a certain point unless you're dirty. That's how the world works. All these men are dirty. Oh look, no, I'm goofy. That's a good billionaire. Look, you got good billionaires and you got bad billionaires.
Hey, my name's Elon.
Yeah. Oh, Elon is good, but Bill Gates is bad. You retarded. Like, but you're meant to be a Christian. The Bible says these are the ungodly that prosper in the world.
Right.
All these people that's prospering, making billions and all, they're demons, man. They serve, and they're not. Oh, someone is forcing them to be evil. No, they're evil, man. This is where this whole blackmail thing now is getting out of control. Because what they want to make you think is all these Edomites in America, like Trump, they're really good people, but they're just being blackmailed. No, they fully agree with everything. They fully don't care about you.
Inside.
They fully will kill you, man. No one has to make them do evil because the evil they're doing benefits them. No one has to make them do anything. They're part of the whole thing. They're evil, man. Because the Bible quite clearly tells you these are the ungodly that prosper in the world. They're prospering because in this world, that's how you get ahead. If you're not ungodly, you're not going to get ahead. They will either they'll either not invite you into the club, yeah, or they'll just kill you.
Yeah.
And that's the bottom line. Even if they invite you into the club, they can still kill you.
So,
You just become a billionaire just like that, just because you work hard and you pray to the Lord.
He giving government contracts and Bitcoin and all these types of things.
You know what I mean? Like Andrew Tate, like he's fighting the matrix. He's a soldier for righteousness.
but he has one of the rarest cars in the world. Like real.
Yeah, people, man. Listen, I keep telling people all the time, there are no heroes, man. There's only the prophets. There are no heroes, man. These people are not heroes.
And no one likes us.
They're Satanists, man. All these men are doing judge.
Mm.
To get up in this world, just because you see man come and oh yeah, I like to thank God. All of them man are working witchcraft. This is the facts. You don't get up in this world because you praise the Lord. You praise the Lord, you're getting up like us. You're gonna have you might have a little, you might have a little bit more, but you ain't gonna just be like I'm praying every day and the Lord just magnify you up and now you're a multi-millionaire, just trailblazing. And no, it doesn't work like that. All them Silicon Valley dudes are all witches and warlocks, man, juiced into fraternities. That's why they're there. This is the reality of the world that we live in.
They're chosen.
They're chosen, man.
But that's the thing. The power of the internet, the power of the illusion makes it seem like, for instance, certain of these influences that got big, like the KSIs, your speed, whatever these idiots' names are, right? You watch that shit. That's not even.
The Tyson, that's all man. Them man are loose.
Yeah, but it's the thing of like they can make it seem like the growth was organic, right? But all it takes is okay. Now you're on the YouTube, and that's always a suggested video. So people think, oh yeah, you built up his following. Yeah, it's like nah, bro. They were chosen.
Even in the sports world, listen. One thing you need to know about sports, yeah, there's very talented man.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that dude that was talented. Yeah, that doesn't mean you're gonna become a superstar, and doesn't mean it's you're gonna make it to the top. Because at the end of the day, the more you get towards the top, yeah, there's people they can pick and choose, and they can say you ain't gonna be,
Because talent is abundant.
and or they could put another person in. We've seen it all the time. There's bare ballers that the coach just decided that nah, you're not gonna go nowhere.
And the thing is like they'll be like, how much do you want? They can see. They so there's a problem. There's a
Then they start doing the celebrations. Sorry,
Yeah.
they do this the Freemason celebrations and all that stuff, man. Yeah, and then they did the whole thing with the football scandal and brought out all that molestation that was happening in football. Remember that? and then it all got buried. Like no one, there was a massive inquiry into all the paedophilia that was happening in English football with all the coaches, and then you never heard nothing about it.
They always end. They always end. But these are meant to be investigations that should be still ongoing. You should be getting regular updates on. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of these men get groomed.
It's like
You know what I'm saying?
because they haven't solved the case.
They start getting these tattoos all up on their body, and Nike signing them and all that stuff. There's other guys that's just as good, and their career just fizzles out. They don't get certain opportunities. Even if you look at the World Club Cup proves that. You think there ain't ballers that could play in the Premier League that's earning like 2K. Now, think about it, man. We were talking about this the other day. You watch the World Club Cup, there's a guy in Brazil somewhere. You're like, yo, you can see this guy's a baller. And he's on like £1,000 a month, yeah, and probably would cost about 50 grand to buy. Yet them man are gonna go buy Declan Rice for 100 million. Because the whole thing in Europe, yeah, is an actual racket of a pool of particular players that they're picking from. That they say is worth 80 million, 90 million. But if it's real business, you would want to get the best player you can get for the cheapest price. Yeah. But if you notice, there ain't really no scouting like that no more.
Yeah, that's true.
Where's all the scouts going out to all these different places in the world? Back in the day, you might have had. Now you don't get no one. Oh, we just scouted this, brought him in. No, they'd rather go spend. Think of it. Common sense would tell you, you give me 100 million, I'll get you 100 players. Yeah. And if only 2 of them hit, yeah, I've made the money back. That's why they don't do that. Go South America, give me 100 million, I'll bring you back 100 ballers. And I'll put them straight up. I'll pay each one of them flipping $1,000 a week and they'll be happy about it, man. But think about it. You don't see that happening. No, they go get this youth that's already known in Europe and he's really shit. And they're like, yeah, it's worth 100 mil. What? Hoyland and these dudes, like, how? Yeah, because there's a lot of spookyism going on in them systems.
I think now you're saying that it's going to make me think you get certain clubs that are known as like good feeder clubs. I think like Brighton is one. So that's making you think what the fuck's going on at Brighton. You know?
Bro, football is more spooky than people think. There's a lot more spookiness happening behind the scenes than people really would know what's going on. A lot of shady, demonic activity happens in this world on every level.
Leicester City, right? Well, which was something Shaqs goes into a lot at Leicester City. Like, for instance, Vardy, when they won the league, Vardy didn't have an issue with his arm, but he was always wearing a cast. It's because he had talismans underneath that cast.
Oh, shit.
Underneath the pitch, they had talismans underneath the pitch. Wow. So then, when you look at how the owner died, he took off his helicopter, took off from the pitch, and then it crashed outside. So it was almost as if the spirits was like, now, you know, you've got your win. Now pulling the plug, literally. But pull the plug. So that was a whole load of witchcraft that they did. And apparently they had like shamans that would come, because they're from what, Carabao? What was it, Carabao? That's from like Thailand or one of them countries, the owners. You know?
Man United is the Red Devils, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, for real. There's a lot of things and people we all know, but it's not witchcraft, it's just about how good you play. Okay, yeah. Like that's why Phil Neville was right back for years. Like, yeah, I heard man was saying his dad was a Mason.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like they could keep you in position for as long as they want, like, because really and truly, there's a lot of people that could do what they're doing.
Yeah.
This is a facts. Like, there is a lot of people that can replace you in a particular position, man. Yeah. Like, it doesn't have to be you. So it's who's chosen. It really is who man like in the bedroom or something.
Yeah. This is back in Psalm 73 and 13 now. It says, "Verily I've cleansed my heart in vain and washed my hands in innocency. For all the day long have I been plagued and chastened every morning. If I say I will speak thus, behold, I should offend against the generation of thy children. When I thought to know this, it was too painful for me. Until I went into the sanctuary of the Most High, then I understood their end. Surely thou didst set them in slippery places. Thou castest them down to the
you know how slippery places, man. It's disgusting. Because there ain't nobody who can't slip nice. There ain't no nice form of slipping. That's why it's a slip. When you slip, you slip. When you slip, you slide. Yeah, that's what that was our friend. Yeah. Because like when a man slip, the whole point of a slip is your foundation is just come out from underneath. Like it's different when you stumble. You could be like, When you ever done a proper slip, some black ice here, and you just go, bro. That's how you end up breaking things because you can't even break your foot properly because you slipped so raw.
And everyone's watching you.
Yeah. That's how Esau's gonna go down. You think you got your foot in underneath, and it's just slip.
You can't style it out.
You're in slippery places right now, but you think it's sure firm foundation. No, you on black ice, my friend.
Wickedness is never firm.
Just like that, the Lord just takes you out, man.
Surely thou didst set them in slippery places, thou cast them down into destruction. How are they brought into desolation, as in a moment they are utterly consumed with terror?
And that's what's going to happen. These people that's been living good, they're going to go down into terrors. And there's nothing more terrifying than war and then captivity. That's traumatic, man. You know, you're just there chilling. Man come, kill bare your family members, and then after that, you're in captivity.
Yeah.
That's traumatic. That's what's going to happen to all these Edomites. The ones of you that survive, all you're going to do is be mourning for dead family members and then mourning for your life because now you're under subjection.
Yeah.
And it's not nice. It's not like when you go on a 5-star holiday and people are there trying to give you massages and stuff. When you're in captivity, you're getting beaten, whipped. No one's nice to you. And if you try and open your mouth too hard, you're going to get your head bust and put into subjection, man.
Right now, Esau's in that, because he's in the power seat. He can legit go anywhere in the world. And he's going to, maybe, let's say it's like a regular Edomite, and then they may just go on like a regular holiday. He's still getting a better treatment from the locals, because there's, that's Mr. White Man. You're going to lose all that
privilege, all that fun. You're going to be like a dog, less than a dog.
You have the option as the opposite privilege, man.
Yeah, you're gonna be. Well, the worst thing is to be in. You could be in captivity to someone who's indifferent. That's all right, because man don't really care one way or the other. You don't want to go into captivity with someone that hates you. But now it's just peace. Now it's just they're just there to make your life a living hell. Vocab's cool. Vocab's gonna be prime property, bro. Vocab, you're gonna be like flipping Cole Palmer right now. That's on my 140 million, bro. You put Vocab Bologna, yeah, on a flipping auction and block in the kingdom. So peed off, man. So you're just gonna be bare Archeum, just like,
Yeah, the auction goes on for days.
Man, they're gonna be dropping all kind of shekels, man. Because you're gonna be prime property, bro. You might have to be public property. Man might have to like a cage in the middle of Jerusalem and just stick him in it. You know, so that man can just come and just dash tomatoes at him, the public pool.
Yeah. Oh, but that's what they were doing to Jake, man. In their early like circuses and that, you'd have like Jake, they're putting it in a stop.
It's a zoo. Yeah. That's a good idea because that's fair, man. He's gonna be there like, and he's just gonna be in a little cage, and you can come and watch Vocab Malone crack rocks. Hey, tell us one of them jokes. Man. Tell them one of them jokes. Hey, rap. 16.
Private eye for who?
Private eye. Yeah. Hey, man.
Don't lose it.
I will go on pilgrimage to violate. Dash water on him.
Verse 19 says, how are they brought into desolation, as in a moment they are utterly consumed with terror, as a dream when one awaketh. So, O Lord, when thou awakest, thou shalt despise their image. Thus my heart was grieved, and I was pricked in my reins. So foolish was I, and ignorant. I was a beast before thee. Nevertheless, I am continually with thee, thou hast holden me by thy right hand.
If you ain't got this knowledge and this understanding, then you're going to be messed up in the mind when it comes to Esau. But once you get this understanding, you're like, yo, you're cooked, man.
Yeah.
A lot of Jake, if you were to ask them, they would want to be Esau.
Yeah.
They would want to swap places with Esau, not because they don't understand. And this guy is cooked. He's more cooked than anyone there's ever been in like his end is going to be absolutely like true despair. No hope.
Yeah.
Like, do you understand that when you go down, there is no hope? Usually a man at least has some hope.
There's not another time that's going to come later on.
No, it's nothing. It's just punishment, man. All right, let's get back to the
That's what it speaks about not through the face of the seas ever again. That was Malachi.
Right, cool. Esau is so cooked, it's unbelievable, man. The last person you'd want to be is an Edomite. You'd rather be a dog than an Edomite.
If I could say as well, real quick, one of the things that's beautiful about this truth is you stop revering this Edomite. You actually start looking at them for what it is that they are. They're beneath. They're the big. Yeah, scriptures refer to them as the basest of men. Right now, you have a load of our people deep down. They still worship this Edomite.
Most of our
people.
they worship,
The image of Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
and that's why they walk around the way they do, because they know that deep down inside, Jake, you envy Esau. You think he's superior to you. You want to look like him. You want to talk like him. You see him as being smarter than you. When we realize, we know the truth about his high IQ dogs. I grew up around Edomites, so I don't see them as not. Like, I don't see
them man drinking beer at butt cracks, man. Ain't got time for that.
Yeah, we
Ain't
grew
got
up.
time for
We grew up around these Edomites, man. These Edomites, even the upper class ones are nasty, man.
What's been coming out on them recently over the last is that they don't wash, man. You know, and it will be one of them. You have like it's fucked up. They don't wash themselves, man.
Bro, they're low people, man. They're not no high IQ people at all, man. They just had a good run.
Yeah.
They had a good run.
So,
They had a little purple patch, man. You know that you might get that striker, like, you know what I mean? They just had man had a great season.
left the city.
Scored a few penalties. Like, you know what I'm saying? You look at the stats, it's like the stats is good. Yeah, but yeah, you can
Don't get
score
relegated.
penalties and get stats in it. So a few couple tappings, the ball just bubbled up somewhere and it got in, and you feel, oh man, got a hat trick. It's like, yeah, but that don't make him Henri.
Right time.
Yeah. But he ain't Henri, you know what I'm saying? Like, he just had a purple patch.
The one as well, but he has high IQ. But then let's say you're in a pub and you go into the toilet, and then you'll be there eating us, but you'll be the only one that's gonna wash your hands afterwards.
Yeah.
But these men are high IQ.
Yeah, well, they're definitely high when they go into their pubs. You get the cue, they got the high.
It's a keyboard.
You know, they're into all the illicit drugs,
Yeah.
but then they try to paint everyone else as a drug user.
Yeah.
When these men are all into the drugs, and then people will ignore it. And this is what I don't like about Edomites is that they have such great PR that people ignore who they actually are. Like, they do have fights in public all the time. It just gets ignored. It's Jack the lads.
Well, I'll tell you this,
Yeah.
right? You know, growing up in the Bark and the Dagenham and Romford areas and stuff, right? I used to go out to the clubs and Romford and things like that, right?
Right?
It wasn't mostly Jake fighting.
No,
My boys.
they be doing it.
Getting drunk and
But it's just Jack the lad, though.
Yeah.
It's Jack the lad.
Local.
But let some blacks. Oh, look, the animals. It's like, okay, so
I would go with the anticipation it's going to be a fight. You know what I mean? But I would leave before there was one.
it's,
You know what I mean?
it's accepted culture in football that them man just have fights. That's
Yep.
accepted. And the police
Ultras.
accept it.
Dust up. You know what I mean?
The police accept it. I've seen it. The police, I've been there when these men have had full-blown fights in public, flipping, man are nearly falling underneath trains, all kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Dudes are bleeding claret everywhere. And then the police have stood there and said,
What's that?
what should we do?
Millwall.
And they'll be like, are you all right? Oh, are you all right? Oh, just let them go. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Them man should be getting done for assault and affray.
Yeah.
Because fighting in public, that's actually a chargeable offense. No, because it's football related. Just let them go. You know, the lads, you know, they're just, boys will be boys. But if it's Jake now, oh yeah, the bully vans are coming and they're all getting arrested because they're just violent animals. But Esau can do it.
Bro, we're talking about the football hooliganism as well. Yeah. The West Ham fans, the Millwall fans, and all this.
It's just accepted. Their gangsterism and accepted. These dudes will sit at home and on Twitter they'll be like, look, London's gone to hell because look, you know, these immigrants like after they'll go watch like a movie about Peaky Blinders on, they'll be like, yeah, mate, yeah, get him. Yeah, mate, yeah, what's it called?
Street as well.
Who them like them brothers they used to have, and one of them was a bad the Cray twins,
yeah.
and they'll sit there watching that and they're essence, and they love it, mate. It's like, but I thought there wasn't no crime in London before immigrants got here.
There you go.
So who were the Cray twins? Who, like, why did they need police in London before all the immigrants got here? Because it's lies. London's always had knife crime. London, every city's had a crime problem.
But the mob and all this kind of stuff.
No, that don't count because they're not dark enough. You know what I mean? That's the good type of
Oh,
criminals.
That's one of the things. Esau is allowed with his PR machine. He's allowed to be an individual. You know, that was just one bad Edomite. Whereas when other nations do something, especially Jake, it's all of them.
Yeah, they're just crazy. They're just violent by nature.
Yeah.
And Esau's the asshole because he'll glorify these things in his society. You know what I mean? You know, being gangsters and drug dealers. You know, he'll glorify, the Godfather. You know, all these different things. He'll just allow it to be played like people idolize these things.
These festivals, that Esau has, right, are a den of rape. Yeah, it's a den. These festivals where the people come with these big Edomite ones.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Those festivals are nothing more than a den of rape, and drugs. And I mean on a grand scale. Most of those gals that go to these festivals get sexually assaulted over the course of those 3 weeks. Then they're all on drugs, all of them. Yeah, and it's just accepted. But then Jake will have the carnival.
Yeah.
And because the carnival is associated with Jake now, and then you might have, Jake, some gangs roll up on each other, chef man down, and some acts of violence happening. Yeah, these fucking monkeys. Need to shut down the carnival. Yeah. And then they'll show, but Reading Festival had even more crime. Oh no, that's okay because they're white people. Yeah. So just the crime that they committed there just goes unseen. Yeah. All the rapes that are happening and all that.
What they do is that's it.
But it's them immigrants raping all the women. You know what I mean? Not them. You know what I'm saying? Like, because we all know that white people don't rape no one. Like, that's never happened. You know? This is the bullshit we gotta deal with, man.
So this is back from 2023, right? But it basically says Glastonbury, because I heard about it this year. But Glastonbury, Leeds, and Reading will have drug safety testing. So here it is at these festivals, you're not allowed to bring in drugs. But then they'll have places for you to go and test drugs because they know everyone's bringing in drugs.
Exactly, yeah. They're all on drugs. I know, because I know people that work the security at those events, and it's absolutely grotesque what's happening at these things. But it won't get the bad PR because it's mostly white people there. Yeah. But let the carnival happen, and that needs to be shut down immediately because it's too violent. Only because the demographic of people that's mainly there or where it's based around are black. So if someone has a fight at the carnival, it's just a violent place to be. But you have a fight at Reading Festival, hey. It was good music though. Yeah, man. Hey, can we get Proverbs 6? Yeah. And 30. Yeah, man. I'll go and read. These Edomites, that's what I'm saying. They get they got good PR. That's all it is.
A benefit of the doubt.
They get the benefit of the doubt, man. You know what I mean?
That's Edomite privileges. But he's transformed to angel of light.
This is the book of Job 27 and 13. This is the portion of the wicked man, which Most High, and the heritage of oppressors, which they shall receive of the Almighty. If his children be multiplied, it is for the sword.
Right. So the children are gonna have to pay for what's happened. So that cuts out that whole thing of who's gonna have to pay. Because their thing was, well, it wasn't my fault, me that did it, it was my forefather. You're still going to have to pay.
And his offspring shall not be satisfied with bread. Those that remain of him shall be buried in dirt, and his widow shall not weep. Though he heap up silver as the dust, and he prepare raiment as the clay, he may prepare it, but the just shall put it on, and the innocent shall divide the silver.
There you go. Either the reparations is going to be everything you have is going to be taken. Everything. You're not going to be left with nothing. Anything that's of value is just going to go into our possession. Simple as that. You got Proverbs 6 and 30.
This is Proverbs 6 and 30. It says, men, do not despise the thief if he steals to satisfy his soul when he is hungry.
We spoke about that earlier. Like, you can understand if someone's stealing for the purposes of feeding himself or his family because man is starving or something. Then you can understand that. You're like, okay, there's an understanding that comes with that. When a man's chopping man up, running up a man with a balaclava on and a machete trying to get your Rolex, it's a little bit different. Them man ain't trying to. Them man are not starving. They just want to be able to flex, buy Cristal for some holes in the club. That's a completely different situation. But if a guy's actually stealing because he's in need, he's hungry, that's completely different. Yeah.
But if he be found, he shall restore sevenfold.
Sevenfold. So if that guy that's stolen, when he stole, he put himself in debt because when he's found, he now has to pay back 7 times what he stole.
But check this, right? Because obviously that man got nothing. That's why he's stealing bread in the first place. He's cool, he has to pay it back. Sevenfold, right? You would go into slavery to work it off. You work off the debt, right? But listen to this. When you put this like into slavery, what happens at the end of the slavery term? He comes out with substance.
That's different.
Oh, does it not happen in this case?
Not in this case.
Oh,
That's
okay.
like I don't think that works with a thief.
Okay.
I'll have to double check that. If it works with an actual thief, that might be arbitrated differently because the situation of the hired servant is he would put himself into servitude, whereas this guy is
He's in debt.
he's a thief. So his debt is like forced upon him, like, yo, like you're in debt because you stole something. I think it works a little bit different than if you're like in a bad way and okay, I'm gonna go work.
I'm imagining though the situation would be better than if he was just poor on the street though, because he's now working for a man that has to provide.
Yeah,
So you're better off either way.
yeah.
You know.
That was yeah, so it's a guy who's sold to thee.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's different than if you're a thief and you got to pay back your debt because you're stolen it. That situation is kind of different.
Okay.
Is Deuteronomy 15. If thy brother and a Hebrew or a Hebrew woman be sold unto thee and serve thee 6 years, and in the 7th year thou shalt let him go free from thee. And when thou sendest him out free from thee, thou shalt not let him go away empty. Right, so that's in a different situation. Like that's when like people get in a bad way. They might sell someone into slavery because they owe, like you said, because they owe. But that owe is because they borrowed money or something. So it's not really like a penny. But this is specifically as a thief.
Yeah, so it's verse 31, it says, but if he be found, he shall restore sevenfold. He shall give all the substance of his house.
So they could confiscate your, depending on what you sold, they can confiscate your items or whatever you have to make a recompense. And if you ain't got the items, then how else are you going to pay for it? You're going to have to work that off.
Yeah.
You know, that's like jail time, but it's a sentence. There's also other ones.
Exodus 22.
Yeah,
Property rights.
Exodus 22, yeah.
Exodus,
So the point we're trying to make here is that when you steal, it's not necessarily you just pay back exactly what you stole. There's and some added on to it, you know? Which Esau has and some added on multiplied. You got a lot to pay for. He has a lot to pay for. He ain't ready to pay for it, man. I'm telling you, you don't have enough to pay for it. So why are we discussing reparations? What number are you gonna give it? There ain't no number. It's just whatever you have, pay that, and then
And just some more.
add some more onto that.
That's why you be a slave for 1,000 years. You still have to work it.
Esau gonna print some money out of thin air and give it to devalue. Come on, man. Some devalue that far in.
Exodus 22, the law of property rights. Verse 1, it says, if a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox.
So that's 5. So that's what I'm saying. When you steal, you put yourself into debt because it's like you took one cattle. Now you got to give a man back 5. And what if you ain't got the other 4 cattle or 5 cattle? Now you have to take your money to go buy 5 cattle. It's funny. I'm thinking about Mansa because that stuff used to happen. People be stealing, man, go and cook it, bro. The Mansa, bro, niggas, is wicked, bro. Niggas will steal your goat, yeah, and then have a party, and invite you to the party. Yeah? And you're like, yeah, man, the goat's sweet. It's your goat. I stole it's your goat, man. Yeah. But people used to get themselves in trouble because in Mansa, if a man steal a cow, a lot of times the man ain't got the money to pay for the whole cow. So they will put man in, you go jail. unless someone comes and put the money up for the cow, they'll actually just put you in jail. You're not gonna, because they're not gonna put you in slavery, so they're gonna put you in jail. That's happened. That happens, man. Brothers from Jamaica, no, man, steal people goats and that all the time. Man said the Jamaica thing was so bad, but people were stealing goats that the price went up. Because man just keeps stealing the goats. Man said man would take the goat and put clothes on the goat, yeah, and put it in the back seat. So it looks like it's a person. Man. Oh, yeah, it's a serious thing, man.
Why to do evil?
Man will put clothes on the goat. Please come to check the car now. And say, oh, it's my friend. He's in the back seat. Yeah. And it's someone's goat, man.
Wow. That's like man stealing your phone and straight it back to you.
Hey, bro, it happens, bro. But hey, so if you sit down with my uncles and them, they'll tell you some stories, bro. Man needs to do that, man. Man are wicked, man. They'll take your goat and cook it up the same day, man. You don't know. You turn up and eating your own goat, man. You ate the evidence. But yeah, look. Now Esau stole more than an ox. You know?
Yeah, he touched the apple of the Lord's eye, man.
Generationally stole the oxes and breeded them and all sorts.
And then once again with his PR, he made it into a light thing.
Yeah.
That's one of the things. They don't really want to be talking about what he was doing on the plantations.
Yeah.
Right? He doesn't want to talk about what was going on them plantations because then people gonna really be asked, well, wait, who's the savage? They're boiling Jacob in vats of sugar, right? You think about it. I don't know if you ever made like caramel or something and you burn yourself.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, they made a lot of money off this whole thing. You roll it now. Let me finish. Yeah, no. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and it says, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox and 4 sheep for a sheep. If a thief be found breaking up and be smitten that he die, there shall no blood be shed for him.
Yeah, man got bust, he got bust. But the reason we're bringing it out is just to show you that when you steal, it wasn't a like for like. There was a recompense that had to come on top of what you stole. So if you put that into context, into Esau stole lands. So there's a lot of restitution when you're stealing lands. There's a lot of productivity you've stolen. There's a lot that goes into it. Then when you add in the captivity, our productivity that you've stolen, yeah, it's a lot, man. You ain't got enough to pay it all back. Yep. So when the scriptures say that we're going into captivity, it's more than putting us into captivity. It's also to pay off all the debt that he owes.
Oh, a little bit more into that. Okay, verse 3.
It's like if I can say as well, because he said about the lost but the thing is as well, Esau handicaps us. So it's like lost productivity as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got lost productivity because he made it such that we couldn't do certain things. Because Jake be smart, man. When you let Jake mind flow, we be smart. We doing certain things, but Esau's purposely handicapped us.
Yeah, he owes us a lot. And then we're also, by being in this impoverished position, he puts us in a position where he can strong arm us and then profit more of our work. Because it's like, look at the music industry. The reason why Jake have to take the bad deals, because they don't have the capital themselves to run the industry. He's got the capital. You just got the idea and the talent. So it's like, well, I'm putting the money up, so I'm gonna give you whatever I feel like giving you, and I'm gonna get the like. And if you had your own money, you'd be like, well, I don't need you. I've got money. Like I could do my own thing. But you ain't. When you're coming from a position of poverty, you're coming from a position of weakness. Yeah. So then they can even more take advantage of you.
Verse 3 says, if the sun be arisen upon him, there should be blood shed for him. For he should make full restitution. If he have nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft.
There you go. There you go. So then you're gonna have to pay that off. Now, whether or not in this situation, if you're sold, we have to do more research into it. But Esau ain't gonna get he's not Hebrew, so he's not gonna get no liberal anything. He's just going into slavery. And he's gonna have to pay, because how long is it gonna take for him to pay off 400 years of stealing and come on. He owes a lot, man.
Yeah.
He owes a lot. Everything. You know?
Yeah, I was doing a research because I got from a comedian. But basically, I was doing a calculation for 1 million and 1 billion. But if you had 1 million, you spend a thousand a day, it will take you almost 3 years for you to go broke. But if you spend $1,000 or pounds a day with 1 billion, it will take you 2,700 years.
Bro, the wealth that they amassed through all this wickedness is crazy. But then that means the wealth they owe is even more.
Yeah.
So forget this reparations thing, brother.
Yeah.
Carry on.
You go precept, bro? We'll see. You go precept? Yeah. Just get started then. What was I holding?
I was just holding the same thing that you're saying.
Okay.
The book of Exodus 21 and 16. And he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall sure be put to death.
You see that? So that's the law there. He that stealeth a man. What does that go into? Slavery, man. Yeah, that's what Esau has done to us. He stole us, colonized us. Shalom, Yahweh. He stole us, colonized us, scattered us into all different places of the world. The transatlantic slave trade, Europe, Africa, the Americas. He's been scattered all over, man. Destroyed us as a people, mentally and physically. Yeah, but what's the punishment of that? Read that again.
And he, Exodus 21 and 16. And he that stealeth a man and selleth him, and if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death.
So the punishment, is to be put to death, man.
Yeah.
You see? So Esau's got a lot of payments, the Lord is requiring of them, man. Okay? Death, everything he stole, okay? All the trauma he's caused our people, all the negative influences, everything he's put in our minds, to have low self-esteem.
That's a big thing, man. That's a big. We suffer as a nation. We suffer from that heavy,
man.
Right, that low self-esteem, right? Because once again, you look at like when you're around these Edomites, especially in like the workplace, you can see that they fully drunk of that Kool-Aid that they can do this and they can do that, etc., etc., etc. Which is why once again you will see incompetent ass Edomites, right, in positions that they really have no right being. But because they've been told in their minds that they can achieve this, that they can achieve that, they'll apply for those certain roles and get those certain positions. And because the Edomite on the other end also believes that same Kool-Aid, they'll be like, yeah, he could probably do the job.
Yeah.
But when you're a Jake, firstly, you're like, oh, can I even apply for this? Oh, can I even do that? Oh, can I even do this? And then the person on the other end, right, the interview, he's even asked, why am I even having to talk to this, to this nigga, right? But that's once again the beauty of this truth, right? You understand that now we ain't niggas, we ain't black, right? We're Yasha Allah, he Prince Power, right? And our power is the power of knowledge.
That's right.
Right, and therefore you start moving different, man. Right? There's concepts of like, look, there are boundaries that the Most High sets for each of us. So it's like there's certain things that Most High like, now you're not gonna tap into that right now, whatever, what have you. Right, but for the most part, the Most High allows it. It's nothing we can't do.
That's it, yeah.
Right? Don't let Esau trick you. You know what I'm saying? He will make it sound like you're like old Jake is dumb. Then why are the Nigerians like the smartest people in the world?
That's a beautiful point you made, and it shows you about the upbringing, the culture, the environment play a part, man. Because hey, that psychological damage that Esau's done is a big deal, man. It's a divide and conquer tactic. Because you mentioned for the spirit a few minutes ago about the Willie Lynch letter. What was in that letter, man? Divide and conquer. He was doing role reversals. He was making it deliberate that men do not fight and stand up, against to be rebelling against their oppressors. He made women to be at the forefront. And that's what's going on now. When you look at other cultures and nations, what do you see? Typically the men are at the forefront. They got their family, their women and children in order. But when you come to the so-called black community, it's role reversal. It's all over the place. See, that's why a nation will destroy.
No, that's absolutely broken.
Oh, it's so mess.
It's a mess, man.
It's a mess, and this is the thing. The Lord the Lord had a righteous order. In fact, if, I don't know if you have more, but we just talk. I'll just grab it real quick, right? You know, before scriptures talk about prove all things. It's 1 Corinthians 11:3. But I'll have you know that the head of every man is Mashiach, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Mashiach is the Most High.
That's right.
Right? So the Lord has a righteous order, and when things work like that, it works, right? Which is why you go to certain countries, right? And really, once again, outside the West, most nations actually kind of deal that way.
Exactly.
Right, outside the West, it's just the West that is very drunk off of this ideals of equality and whatever,
Feminism,
feminism and all of that sort of stuff, right? You go Elam land, yeah, they might have some chicks that are a bit mouthy, but it's like, nah, Elam land, so-called India, right? It's definitely the woman, and then the man, and then the woman. See, right? You go to the land of Ham, the same thing. Hey, go Asia, it's the same thing, right? That's one of the things I say. It's like in South Korea, women are second-class citizens in South Korea. Okay? But that's just the natural order of things. This is Esau's role, because Esau understands what that does to a society. It enables him to come and attack and to subvert societies when you have a woman above the man. You know?
Yeah. And guess what? When you go outside the ways and order of Yahweh Shai, what happens? Death. Death, division, disaster, confusion. Okay, because if you want to say all this feminism is progressive, okay, what is it causing in the West? Families are more destroyed in the West. High divorce rates. Yeah, children are raised in trauma.
Can you even call it marriage these days? Let's be real. Can you even call it marriage? Because according to what Exodus 22, right? It says, it's Exodus. What was the one? If a man entice a maid, right? He shall surely endow her to be his wife. That's I said entice a maid and lay with her, shall surely endow her to be his wife. Yeah. Right? Basically meaning that sex is marriage. Yeah. Well, by the time you put a ring on it, she's been like 10, 20 man deep. Yeah. I was reasoning with the brother the other day. It was 2 days ago, bro. Shucks, and I was just talking about back when we was in school, and they'll be like yaps. Yeah. Like she was a yap. Well, yeah, it was a slang plug. Like she was a hoe. Yeah. Right. She was a thought from when she was 15.
Oh Lord.
Right. Imagine you got girls who've been hoes since they were 15, but now they're 30, walking down the aisle.
Crazy.
It's like
they're children with different men.
You know what I'm saying?
Come on, man. Division, man.
Yeah.
And what else is the feminism cause? High STD rates.
Oh yeah. Because that's what they're saying right now. HIV is coming back big in the big way. You know, which there was another one. I think it was in the Philippines. So, hey, bro, it's like them Filipino ones. Got to be careful.
They get more westernized, isn't it?
No, but you know what it is? It was like you got all of them. It was actually in the Philippines. It was like all of them guys, passport bros, going up over there as well.
And Edomites as well. They like
yeah,
lady boys and stuff like that as well.
Yeah. But because you basically said what is wickedness bring? It says Romans 6:23. The wages of sin is death. The gift of the Most High is eternal life through Mashiach, our Lord.
That's it. So the ways of Yahweh Shai, the scriptures, they actually promote life. Peace and harmony comes in the scriptures. Yeah? When you go outside, that's when all the problems of the world happen, man. It's that simple.
As the brother's going into, no marriages, high STD rates and stuff like that. Look, man. Scripture says a man, or basically a woman knows a man. That's the only man she's ever gonna know. Yeah. Like, where the STDs gonna come in from?
Exactly. Come on, man.
You know.
Your precepts?
Yeah. So we go. Zechariah 1:15. And I am very so displeased with the heathen that are at ease, for I was but a little displeased, and they have forth their affliction.
Spirit, because I was actually thinking about that, because he wants to take credit for how he brought Jake down. No. The Lord gave us into your hand.
That's right.
The Lord gave us into, I think it touched, I forget which one I'm thinking. I think maybe the one in Isaiah 47. But basically, the Lord gave us into your hand. Yep. Right? Which is why whenever you have, when I look back at so-called Black History Month when I was in school, all it was just, we used to have a
Slavery.
Yeah. Yeah, man, we put them on ships.
Mm.
Yeah, we sent them around the world.
Mm.
Yeah, that's all it
That's
was.
it,
From what when I really look back
Mm.
at it, it was just Esau boasting
Yeah.
in the fact that he had us in
It
captivity.
was mockery.
Because let's be real, right? You know, I know this brother box. This brother boxes, right? Let's say one day, right, in your gym,
Mm.
right, Floyd comes, right? Floyd comes, right? And then you be like, yeah, man, let's do a quick sparring
Mm.
session, and you knock Floyd out.
Mm.
Bro, you're gonna be gassed. You're gonna be talking
Tell me
about
about
it.
it, yeah.
Yeah, man, yo, Floyd. Yeah, bro, you should have seen him, man. He was laid out
Yeah.
on the floor.
If it was the lights, I took his old.
Exactly.
But
Macaulay.
Macaulay.
The one from Congo, don't know.
Congo, yeah.
That's the black as well, isn't it?
Yeah, he beat everyone in sparring and that. Yeah.
Be everyone, but it's like you'll be like if you take down someone greater than you, you're gonna be constantly boasting,
Mm.
right? And that's why once again, when I look back, you know, when we were being taught in school, all Esau was doing was really boasting about the fact that he took us down,
Yeah.
right? But what he doesn't understand is he didn't take us down,
Yeah.
right? We went off,
Yeah.
and we were given into your hand. Right? There's a difference. We can grab that,
Yeah.
right? And then, so read that again, Baba Kusha.
Zechariah 1:15. And I am very so displeased with the heathen that are at ease, for I was but a little displeased, and they helped for affliction,
Yeah.
for their affliction.
That's it. That's it. So Esau forwarded the affliction, man. Right? He went too far. Right? Nor is it in Isaiah 57 it speaks about how, you know, upon the late ancient, you know, thou hast laid a very heavy yoke, very roughly. I'm just gonna grab it and butcher that one. Right? One sec, Salakia. This is Isaiah 47 and where is it? So I'm trying to remember where it is. And 6, right? It says, I was wroth with my people, I polluted mine inheritance, and what? Given them into thine hand, right? It says, thou didst show them no mercy. Upon the ancient hast thou very heavily laid thy yoke, right? So we were given into your hand, right? It weren't because you're so great, right? And that's one of the things, once again, that's one of the beautiful things about this truth is we don't look up to you Edomites anymore. In the world, when you really look at it, and you got to be honest, in the world coming up, he's basically saying, look up to me. When he's pushing BLM, he's saying, look up to me.
Yeah.
Right? When he's pushing, you know, for instance, with the spirits that was on the else talk about reparations and stuff like that. When he's pushing reparations, he's saying, look, come beg me, ask me for forgiveness, and I will decide whether I will forgive you or not. But it's true. It's like, fuck this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Esau actually hates. I know, you know, Paul's elders, they've spoken about that before. Where it's just like when you're not allowing Esau to come into the thing, he hates it because he's like, "Who are you?" It's like, I'm Mr. Edom. I can do what I want. We're like, "Nah, bro, you stay over there. We don't need you here." Okay, we are above. You are beneath.
That's right. That's
You
right.
know? And that's one of the things Jake needs to really start embracing is that fact that we are royal people, right? Once again, when you come into this thing, you know, you start moving different, right? You know, Jake, you know, in the world, it's like you'll be around Jake. Oh, why are you using big words for? You come into this truth, you learn what the big words mean,
Exactly. Yeah.
right? You learn, you go into it's like, okay, no, this is the etymology. Oh, like for instance, decadence, right? It's a word that's usually used. Oh, it was a very, you know, decadent display. Well, really, decadent goes back to the word decay, right? You start looking into certain words, you're like, oh snap! Like for instance, I know recently apostle been, you know, talking. Brothers will say that word decimate and stuff. Yeah, man, it was decimated, but really, deci 10, right? Basically, meaning what would happen? It will be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're gonna die. 1, 2, 3, 4, if I remember correctly, but it's not really talking about a total destruction, right? So you start looking into things. Once again, our power is the power of knowledge. When you come into this truth, you start embracing that. You start, you know, you become a new man. And part of that is washing off the lies that Esau told you, that you can't amount to anything, that you can't do anything. Once again, we Israel, baby.
We Israel, man. The scripture says what? You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free.
That's
We've
it.
got to have that ruling class mentality. Because
That's
you're
it.
right, everyone looks up to Esau. Even
Yeah.
with what you mentioned with the words.
Yeah.
What did Jake say? you're using those words. You sound like a white man.
Yeah.
So now, being intelligent is
It's
associated
associated
with Edomites.
Which you really then have to ask yourself, where did that come from?
Exactly.
Someone would have said that first. And that would have been these Edomites in their television programs, whether it will be like the Fresh Prince or the, whatever, all of them other shows that them Jake shows that, we grew up watching, right? Because what kind of a statement is that?
Yeah.
Okay. Because once again, we're around these Edomites. They're not smart,
They're not, man.
right? They may be good regurgitators. You get certain people that they can regurgitate like that. So, hey, good on you, right? You got a great memory. Well done.
Yeah.
Right. But when it comes to intelligence, actual smarts, actually a thing of like, guys, that we've been doing this process this way. It's really inefficient. Why don't we do it that way? If Jake's gonna come up and say that, Esau's just gonna be like, well, the book says.
Yeah. That's how they thought. Yeah.
that stiff spirit, man. Okay, yeah, bring precepts out. Salah.
This is the book of but Luke 3:45. This is our power, and there shall none other be accounted of in comparison of him. He has found out all the way of knowledge, and has given unto Jacob his servant, unto Israel his beloved.
Don't know.
Yeah, that's what as the brother is saying, all the invention that you see around it, the traffic light,
Yeah.
and the list goes on and on. Most of the people who invent this technology or this way to to things to make operation go smooth as the Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's it.
But
Like
the credit goes to
the Most High.
It should go to Most High.
So like, that's it. That's it. Right? Yeah. And the thing is, it's like there are certain things that Esau allows us to know that we, that we invented, right? but this is the thing. It's like, and that's what I was talking about earlier on about patent laws. And for instance, when anyone that's ever gone to a university, right? Anything that you ever came up with, that discovery, guess what? That was a property of the university. If you work at a company and you come up with an invention, guess what? That is the intellectual property of that company, right? So you think about it. There are certain things that a company may start doing, right? And they'll be like, oh yeah, Google have invented this new thing. It ain't my man in in that position. It ain't him. They ain't giving this guy credit.
Yeah.
Right? It'll be Google have done this.
Exactly.
Right? Like for instance, which that was all, it's not the best example because that stuff was poison and that. Right. But when they came out with all of the juicy juices, right? Who were they giving credit to? Like the British one? Oh yeah, really? I mean, they did name the names of the people, but they kept saying Cambridge University, I think it was. Yeah, scientists from Cambridge have come up with this thing because the institution gets the credit a lot of the time. So there are things that point I'm making is there are things that Jacob done, right, that we'll never have credit for.
Yeah.
Right, but it's just something that's lost in history. And brothers that have worked jobs, you've experienced it.
Yeah.
You've said and done certain things that have improved the business. Right, but then either your manager gets the credit for it, or oh, we've noticed that your team is working more efficient. Yeah, he gets the promotion and stuff like that. And you just like, oh shit,
no boost in pay and nothing.
Yeah, especially in the time of plantation.
Yeah,
a lot of Jakes, different, technology. It's that work. But who get the profit or the fame? Is the owner of the plantation, like the refrigerator and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's Jakes who came with those inventions.
Like one of the movies a few years back that came out, I think Figures.
Hidden Figures.
Yeah, Hidden Figures, father. It was Jake women, so-called black women that helped solve like the mathematical equation for the space shuttles to travel. For the Apollo missions in NASA. Yeah, but when people think of NASA, what do they think of? The so-called white man. Oh, his technology is so great. But if it wasn't for those black women, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, she never went to the moon.
Exactly. Yeah.
So they'll give you that. It's
Exactly.
like, but deep down, it's like, yeah, we'll give that to them, but we never did even go.
And guess what them so-called black women were experiencing? Because those were like, Jim Crow, eras, segregation. They couldn't share the same toilet or coffee stand.
Which now,
You know
I'll
what
be
I'm saying?
honest. Now, I'll be honest. Why do I have to share a bloody toilet
Yeah,
with?
yeah.
Now I'm gonna keep it real.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the once again, like, you go to a certain public
You're right,
place,
yeah.
right? And then it's just sort of like, here it is, you just washed your hands.
Mm.
But you know that the Edomite before you didn't wash his hands, but it's one
Yeah.
of them doors that you got to pull.
Ah,
So then I'm like, yo, I'm gonna have to reopen. I'm gonna have to. How am I gonna get out? Like, this door handle's dirty.
Yeah, that's
You
true,
know what I'm saying? Yo, man, bring back segregation, man. Fuck this shit.
That's right.
man.
Well, the Lord deals with segregation. Man.
That's it. Oh, in fact, on that, because we're speaking a lot, someone get when the Mosai divided the nations. It was like,
Okay.
yeah.
I want Deuteronomy. This is Deuteronomy 32:8, and it reads, "When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when He separated the sons of Adam," you know, and that's a lot of people will say, like, you know, Christian church, oh, but we all came from Adam and Eve. Yeah, but guess what? The Lord separated nations and races of people, man, so they can inhabit their own lands, man. All right, and it says, and that's one of the problems of the world is today as well. You got a lot of people that are not supposed to be in certain lands, which is causing division and chaos as well. See, that's why there's a lot of wars going on as well. And it says, He set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. But the Lord's portion is His people. So the Lord has a specific favorite people, man, which is the Israelites. The true Israelites are who? The so-called Negroes, Latinos, Native American, Hispanics, and those that scattered and believe. It says Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. That's it, man. Jacob is the chosen nation. But guess what? Even within that, when you read Genesis 10, every nation, you know, had a plot of land and inheritance. That's how the Most High made things. This nation is supposed to be living this side of the planet, have this country, they have their resources and stuff like that. And guess what? You can trade peacefully. You know what I'm saying? But the way Esau's made it, where he's infiltrating all these countries, colonizing, creating disasters and wars, he's creating a world conflict, man. That's why there's problems on the earth.
That's it. See? And there always will be as long as this man's in power, man.
That's it.
Right? This Edomite, he's just a problem in the world. Once again, that's what I was mentioning. It's like you go to certain and observe certain cultures different, you speak to different people, whatever, and they're all just suffering because they followed after the Edomite way, which the Edomite way is oppressive. Right? Once again, you know, as I always say, like, I know quite a bit about Korean. When you really look at it, I'm just there like, bro, this is just like Edomitism, but on steroids, right? To the point where he's basically created that society, and Japan as well. Because when you look because I remember doing the research, I was like, yo, how did, like, obviously America dropped bombs on Japan. So I was like, then how did Japan and America basically become good trading partners? Like, Japan used to be like the second in terms of like GDP or something crazy. Like, I forget exactly what it was, but Japan was doing good. And really, when you look into it, what Esau did post the wars, post basically, you know, neutering them, right? He basically went up to them and was like, look, man, Emperor, this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna be under my thumb, and you're basically gonna I'm gonna use you to basically circumvent your own people, right? So they basically, and this is known history, that the Americans used the Emperor of Japan at that time to basically get the Japanese people on board. So if they were doing it back then, right, what's to say that they stopped? So if I can grab this real quick, right? So who's talking about, you know, patents and creations and stuff? So I said during slavery, after robot, during slavery, could black people patent stuff, right? So during the era of slavery in the United States, enslaved black people were legally barred from holding patents, right? So as the brother was going into, there was stuff that Jay would have been inventing on them plantations. Because this, once again, we're an industrious people, right? And let's be real, man. It's like, some of the best stuff is because someone was lazy, man. Someone's like, look, man, I've been, you know, everyone goes through that. It's like, yo, man, I've had to do this like 20 times. What, only if there was maybe there might be a way for me. And then they sit there and then because what? They get the inspiration. They get inspired, right? Basically, when that's what you get breathed in, the Lord would just put, you know, we've all had that moment. We just, you know, so you would just be doing something, especially when we're out teaching, right? And then all of a sudden, you haven't thought about this precept in years,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
But then, it's like, oh snap, yeah, that's a good precept,
Yeah.
right? But during that same time, when Jake was going through slavery, they would have had Lord would have.
Yeah.
That's a great idea, right?
Yeah.
But the point is, they weren't able to patent that idea. Right? They weren't able to patent that idea. So let's, we're probably gonna have to set because I know we're not in short screen here. So it goes on to say, right? So during the era of slavery in the United States, enslaved black people were legally barred from holding patents or owning intellectual property. This restriction was rooted in the fact that enslaved individuals were not considered legal persons. They were considered property themselves and therefore could not claim legal rights, including those related to invention, right? So once again, there are certain things that Esau will be like, oh yeah, you invented stuff for that. I invented the French. Yeah. Right? But there was a lot of stuff, other stuff that Jake would have invented that we weren't legally allowed to record as our own. So then what do you call it? Then you're telling me then the master is gonna be like, wait, they did a thing there. All right, I can make money from this.
Exactly.
He puts his name on it, and guess what? Now he becomes richer. Goes and say, before Civil War, so i.e. pre-1865, enslaved people could not obtain patents. The U.S. patent laws at the time only allowed citizens to apply, right? In 1857, the U.S. Commissioner of Patents explicitly ruled that enslaved individuals could not receive patents because they were not considered legal persons. This is after emancipation, in quotes. Following the abolition, it says former enslaved people could technically file for patents. However, systemic racism, lack of access to legal resources, and Esau used that legal system as a means of control. Right, he who has the money, which is why you get like for instance this situation of like Tesla, as in the real Tesla, right? And
He got robbed, man.
yeah, straight up,
Basically, man, because it's Jake.
Yep. So it says inequality made it extremely difficult for Jake inventors to secure patents or commercialize their invention. And it gives an example. I'll just read this one example and we can carry on. Right, so Benjamin Montgomery, an enslaved man in Mississippi, invented a steam-operated propeller to help navigate shallow waters. Sounds kind of important, right? Sounds kind of useful, right? It says he tried to patent it in 1850, but the U.S. Patent Office rejected his application because he was enslaved. And what does having a patent allows you to gain rich, which is why to this day. I don't know about to this day, but that's why even Motorola, although Motorola aren't really out there like that, they own a lot of mobile patents. So they're still kind of still making that what did they?
Well, it's sort of like that. Jake, I can't remember his name. You know that super.
So yeah.
He had to fight hard, to get back a lot of money, man.
Well, that's it. That's it.
I think he was also like a scientist as well. Like he just made that was just like a side invention.
Yeah.
But back when my brothers was kids, that was a big deal.
Yeah.
That was a very big deal, man.
Yeah.
And I got to fight tooth for now.
That's crazy. Man.
And even on smaller things, relatively speaking, like the whole Matrix, how that story, what Jake lady, really wrote the whole thing. But then now, when you bring it up, Edomites just can't stand that.
Yeah.
So they'd say, "Oh, it's a lie, it's a conspiracy." Like even that Nigerian Jake that played a big part in like the whole worldwide web.
Yeah, the internet. Yeah.
He actually played a big part.
Yeah.
But that scripture speaks about what? Who made no account of our labors.
Yeah.
Esau.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, guys, let's finish this information and I'll move off this topic. Right. So basically I looked up, so it was Motorola, right? But Motorola they had two arms, one got acquired by Google, one got acquired by Lenovo. So basically those Motorola patents are now owned by Lenovo, which amounts to like 59,600 patents globally. Right? And then
It's a ton of work.
exactly, right? Because once again you're talking about so it says I asked them how.
And then I'm sure like all them patents are part of a portfolio.
Yeah, exactly.
Why the other Edomite family just because they
they invested in the portfolio.
Mm.
They literally have to do nothing.
Yeah.
They're just there, just getting cheese.
Yeah. So then I asked, how much money does Motorola still make from these patents? Since Motorola and its legacy entities continues to generate hundreds of millions in revenue annually from patents and licensing. But when was the last time you saw a Motorola phone? The point I just wanted to get is that was all a part of Esau's subversion. Because if that Jake had been able to patent that, bro, Jake wants to talk about generational wealth.
That's serious generational wealth. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Even you remember there's certain Jake families in Babylon that their great grandparents owned land that's still in their family.
Yeah.
And I think it's one near. I can't. If you look up, the black family owns beach or whatever it is, and there's literally 200 plus of the family. You know, like great nieces and whatever, and basically they've estimated that if they turn that particular beach or that environment into like a hotel resort, it will just generate millions and millions, whatever. But they're trying to take it off the family.
Is it the Bruce Beach in
Yeah.
Manhattan?
What does it say?
Bruce AI overview. It says Bruce Beach in Manhattan Beach, California, was a black-owned beach resort owned by
Yeah.
Willa,
I believe that's it. Yeah.
Willa and Charles Bruce.
Charles.
In the early 900s, it says it was one of a few recreational spaces where black families were welcome at that time. The city of Manhattan Beach seized the property in 1924. There you go.
Yeah, the season.
Under the guise of eminent domain, claiming it needed the land for a public park.
Would I say eminent domain once again? Because I was gonna say, well, if Esau wants your shit, he'll
Yeah.
find a way to take. Whether it'll be a thing of they'll be like, okay, you can keep it, but then he's gonna do what? He may build a waste recycling plant right on the boundary of your property. So and bro, because there's one near where I live, like when I go on my walk, and bro, you can smell that shit, man. It's a recycling plant. You walk past, they built flats next to it. I was like, bro, who wants somebody live here in that? But the point is, what will that do? That will lower the value of that land, and eventually they will do this thing where that value is completely gone, and then it's like, okay, now you're gonna sell it on the cheap. All of a sudden, that recycling plant's not needed anymore, right? Because Esau plays dirty. That's what we just do. The spirit we've been going into.
Yeah, I see. You know, when I was at work, I see brothers. The main spirit is on Esau being a villain.
Yeah,
and he's a villain, bro.
Yeah,
I mean, if we can really stand here and go through basically everything that Esau's done, basically we'll be teaching like standing in these till the Lord comes back. Yeah, and even then it won't be.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because he's a villain, bro. He's a villain, man.
This is the book of Ecclesiasticus 10 and 8. Because of unrighteous dealings,
what's that? Ecclesiastes, yeah. Oh yes. Well, start from one, innit? Doesn't it go into an unwise king? Yeah. Good. And then you can jump to the point. I just want to get sure.
Ecclesiasticus 10 and start from 1. A wise judge will instruct his people.
Yeah, and it's like that's eventually what's gonna come to earth, man. Actual righteous rule, righteous reign. You know what I mean? Where righteousness is gonna be established. You know what I mean? Like life is gonna flourish. Listen, you know what I mean? Like, bro, it's really, even if you remember, bro, we were talking about it last night. Who was saying, bro? What did they say, bro? It's got to the time, the first time in recent years where
40-year-olds.
Yeah, the birth, like more 40-year-olds are having babies than teenagers.
Yeah,
that's
complete
which
switch.
is backwards, bro.
Yeah, that ain't right, man. It's like there are a whole load of benefits,
bro,
for women having children younger, man.
There's way more benefits of him having a child. Like now, like even bros, I'm sure every brother knows this. Remember in school, there was that young girl that got pregnant at 17, 16 and was mocked. But now she's 30 and her child's like 13, whatever. And she's happy. She's like, man, I'm happy that
Yeah.
I had a child.
younger, yeah.
You know,
Because I remember like meditating on this, right? Which the whole women working thing, yeah, whatever. But I was actually thinking, one of the big complaints that women have is just as they're about to start reaching the peak of their career, they have to take time out to then have children around 29, 30, 31. So I was just thinking, if you want to maintain this world where like you are progressing and with your career or whatever, why don't you just have your children early?
Yeah.
And then you've got the rest of your
Yeah. Time to do the career. Actually
Like,
works
it
better
don't
for you.
make no
Yeah.
yeah.
Actually works better for you.
And then even this, it like if you have children early and you pass it down, it actually benefits your whole line, your whole family. Because it's just how many of us know like sit over here like Benjamin or like these Irish gypsies, Benjamin for a large part. But a lot of them be like getting married like young, like they're like 18, 19, they have a wife and start having kids straight away. And then by the time they're like 30 or whatever it is, they're like sounds like I don't know 17, whatever. But then the grandparent, whatever it is. What the point I'm making is them communities normally they like start having their families young, and then you get to the point where the great grandparent is alive, where they're all able to help babysit and take care of the children.
And also,
Now people are 40, having their first child and having to pay someone else to watch their kid.
Yeah. A freak
To watch their kid.
Yeah.
It's crazy out here, man.
On top of that, I mean, there's a lot of complication as well.
Yeah, that has come to happen.
yeah. And then not only that, having basically children help stop your parents mentally aging.
Yes.
So then it's like people. That's another thing.
Yeah.
People are across from my grand. So basically, they're ending up in a situation where it's like they've got two children.
Yeah,
They've got their actual child, but then they're also like their parents now
Friends
too
become
old.
a burden, yeah.
And then it's just sort of like start resenting. They never see mom or all of this sort of stuff, and it just gets too much.
I've actually seen that cycle. You know what I mean? I always talk about it. I'm sure you've got examples in your family of where, like, back where my parents are from Ghana, it's a common thing that when all the kids get really old and whatever, if they don't bring their kids back in the house to be raised by the grandmother, they will get a poor child, like, from a village somewhere in that house to then be raised, to then keep the grandparent young mentally because you've got purpose now, and you're experiencing the benefits of like a poor child now being raised up and doing well. So it actually gives
benefits,
you, like now over here in the UK, man, you get to the point where people are just old in ground floor homes and no one visits them. They're like 90. The kids don't visit them. The so-called state doesn't take care of them. They fucking don't bath. This is an impractical kingdom.
This is hell.
Carry on, bro. Yeah, it's very impractical. There's so many things in Esau's kingdom where it's like it's impractical. Like people suffering with mental, like you have women, like a large part of them, or most part of them, suffering with mental health issues. Where really you should just have kids.
Kept your husband.
And kept your husband. It's like stick with a man.
Exactly.
So you know what? Just go be a freak, have short-term flings, and have mental health.
Which then, as has been gone into, right, makes it a lot harder for her to be happy.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? There's certain things you look in the scripture and just they're like, yeah, man. Obviously, we know, innit? Right? But it's like, yeah, man, I was right.
Absolutely right. Yeah. Carry on, bro.
And the government of the prudent man is well ordered.
Yeah, and that's what's gonna come to earth. Like your brothers were touching in like a bit earlier. The scripture speaks about that, of how it will be seen in the kingdom. Surely, man, this is a wise and understanding people. Yeah. Like, bro, certain you can't mix seeds. Nah, but if I splice, bro, Esau, right? What does the scripture say about sin? Sin is what? The transgression of the law. Esau is the man of sin.
Yeah.
Like he's trans everything. He's transgender. He's trans nature. Transhumanism. Trans fat. Yeah, I mean he's trans everything, bro.
Like one what the sun.
Yeah.
Oh, he's trying to be transplanet. Like,
Transplanet. Bro, like, remember, even you got something called transgenic foods. Transgenic foods is when you splice genes of a different species with food. So it's like, there's like stuff like tomato being included with the genes of an eel, so that it's got a larger shelf life. Like, why? Just let it rot. Like, there's worms and flies that eat it for a reason. It's a cycle. But no, let's keep a apple on the shelf
for ages.
for 9 months.
Which is why then people, and this man, you really got to think about. Scriptures talk about this man's heart is deep.
Yeah.
Right. Because this is the thing. I can remember looking into like flour.
That's
And like why like flour nowadays it's like we get like flour that's got that short shelf life, but in the ancient world women would meal daily, right? Which is why like in the ancient world people, like right now everyone's scared of carbs, but it's not supposed to be that way.
Exactly. What you know the point you're actually about to make on carbs. There's a vitamin or mineral that's in flour, like real flour. That's called chromium. Yeah, chromium actually helps drop your blood sugar level when it gets too high.
Right.
But because of how carbs or flour especially is processed, it strips of the flour, which actually helps better absorb the carbohydrate, meaning you actually don't put on too much weight. But because of how chromium itself, if you look into it, is actually nowadays is sold as a weight loss supplement. But the beauty of the Lord is that it's naturally in the food. But Esau could process it in a different way, whereby that's stripped out. So now Jake eat a burger and want to commit suicide. I'm making a joke, but Jake eat a cake and want to just go nosedive off a tower.
That's it.
Because of Esau.
And the thing is, you really got that one. Because it's like when you look into, like, for instance, in Ecclesiastes 12, it talks about, and the grinding is low. Because what would happen is every day you would hear, what you call it, the sound of grinding. Like women would wake up and do the grinding of the mill, so you get the flour for the day, right? So the flour they eat was milled that day. However, Esau does what? Takes a woman out of the house. So then now you're actually having to buy food with additives because actually it's no longer convenient to be cooking every day. It's no longer convenient to be preparing every day, right? But I remember I was reasoning with my brother, right, Bud. He was there like, bro, you really got to think about it now. You have Weetabix in a bottle.
Oh, that's mad.
Yeah.
If anybody buys it, you're going off.
Like, when you really think about it, it's like he has made it such like what would happen? You hear stories of old where it's like mom would wake up at like 4 in the morning. In fact, I believe Proverbs 31 goes into that. Right? One wake up early in the morning. Wake up early in the morning and make sure that the food is prepped. But if she too's gonna go work, so then guess what? Everyone's eating processed. Everyone's like, yo man, we need to get them Happy Meals because I ain't cooking tonight. You know, so fucked up the game. It's like the precept.
Sirach 39 and 26, and it says the principal thing.
Nah, see this scripture. Every time I hear it, righteousness, it gets me like emotion. It gets me angry because when you hear this, you're like, bro, this nigga Esau has destroyed the basic principles of life. That means if it's like when brothers are talking about being in slippery places. When your foundation is taken away, then like you're just cooked. You know what I mean? You're like when Stevie G slipped
Right, yeah.
Yeah, he slipped and then
You
they-
could
they-
see his
they
heart
lost the title.
failed.
You know what I mean? But think about it. If the very foundation of something is destroyed,
Wow.
there's nothing. It don't matter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you have a house with a poor foundation, it don't matter if you get a chandelier, you get a champagne stand, a jacuzzi in the a balcony, where you can watch the moonlight. Your house is gonna go down, bro.
Yeah. It's what you're talking about. There's this concept, which once again Esau just steals everything. But this concept's called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Right, and at the bottom is basically people need that food, they need the this, the that. But what the bro is going into, right, is Esau has completely stripped that bottom layer, that you're the actual foundation, the things that people need. Right, Esau's taking that
He's
away.
taken away, bro. He's taken away. Like we talk about like minerals, right? You know what's interesting? There was even going into how like these major cities and the power plants subconsciously help to destroy food, because back in the day people would make their own coal or whatever from wood, and that ash purifies the soil.
Why would you look at that?
But because the new energy, power
Yeah.
plants and stuff, and these major cities got built up, people stopped using like wood and things as natural fire. And normally they would dump the ash in their own garden, because one of them, the most purest things to purify soil is ash. That's why volcanic areas have very fertile soil, because you have the ash from the wood, the wood fire, whatever, that gets put back into the soil. So that's why even the actual food is so depleted, because of the mineral that's not in there.
Yeah.
So there's so many, like they say, there's so many ways to skin a cat. Go ahead, bro.
So I was just gonna say, because we've both been holding this one, bro. There's when I was watching Clarkson's Farm, right, which I always talk brothers to watch that when you can, so Amazon, right? But it's like it really goes into how fucked this country is in terms of food, right? Security, as they call it. But in Clarkson Farm, one of the things they say is, Jeremy says, like, the UK has 90 years of arable land.
That's crazy.
90 years of arable land.
So after that, we cooked.
This is what you get when the high IQ people are in power. Because you think about how fucked that is. It's like, so wait, what happens after 90 years?
Just go to Pluto. You know what I mean? Fuck it, it's done. Let's just go across the road.
That's that beyond meat stuff.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's why people must stay away, you know.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
That's it.
Because I mean, if we go back in our laws, we have land Sabbath.
That's it.
Yeah. So
Land Sabbath. Because what would happen? Normally, what you would leave that land to obviously rest, and it would mineralize that land.
Yeah.
So, like, if you notice, some farmers actually have something called control burns.
Yeah.
Because why? The burn happens and the ash remineralize, revitalize the land.
Doesn't the law also say in some instances, I think if you plant something like a new field, that the first year you're not actually supposed to take? Because then you think about then what happens, let's say it's like apples and they'll naturally fall off, and that's kind of going to be like fertilizer, fertilizer of that particular crop where those plants are growing.
Back in Surah 39, verse 26, the principal things for the whole use of man's life
But
are water.
I mean, we even like go to water. 99% of water and human existence itself have microplastics. They've actually found microplastics in the umbilical cord of unborn children, newly born children. They found microplastics in rods, like we're cooked, bro. Which is why, like, to say we're gonna be here for another 1,000 years, you're mad. You know, the scripture speaks about the youth shall faint. Well, that's happening, and that's because when it's the sinful flesh,
Yeah.
but it's accelerated under the rulership of Esau, man.
That's right.
Carry on.
Fire,
Fire, right?
iron, and salt,
Salt,
flour.
salt itself, like salt. Everything has to be in balance.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Salt is actually needed in the body.
Yeah.
But Esau, like, for example, you know what I mean? Like, there's like people that gonna really low salt diets start getting heart
Mm.
palpitations.
Mm.
You know, because salt plays a very good part in that.
Mm.
But again, it's a balance.
Or fats, saturated
Yeah,
fats.
fats. Like there's like good fats. Like for example, all your hormones in your body
you need-
need fat.
Yeah.
Your actual brain
Brain
needs
is
fat.
Yeah.
But that fat ain't trans fat or lard or whatever. No,
Yeah.
that fat can come in eggs,
Yeah.
avocados, nuts,
Yeah.
and much more.
Because that's certainly one of the things I remember looking into it. But like weight loss,
Yeah.
one of the things that they say is like a man shouldn't drop below 20 and 19%. The woman shouldn't drop below 20. There obviously going to be
Oh, yeah,
differences, whatever. But there was this kind of given a baseline. They're saying like that you need a certain level of fat to be able to like produce hormones well
Yeah.
and stuff like that. You know,
Yeah, bro. Like, and even the
dementia as well.
yeah. Well, yeah. You know, because your actual brain needs fat to function. You know what I mean? And it's like, even this, the food pyramid itself, that's totally changed. If you look at the food pyramid that, let's say our parents' age and up, right? That they was taught in school to what the food pyramid we got now is totally different. Because the food pyramid at first, it had like carbs at the bottom and low fat, you know what I mean, at the top, right? So what ended up happening was they made seed oils as well. You know what I mean? So people would stop eating a natural fat, get low fat seed oils, which that in itself is like brought like a major list of problems.
Yeah, not just in
Yeah.
terms of the human body, but also ecologically
Yeah,
as
yeah,
well.
yeah.
Because that's why now you see no palm oil
Yeah,
and stuff.
Yeah.
Because then when you look into how
Yeah.
they'll just scar an entire land.
Yeah.
That would, so for instance, like, but a natural biodiversity, you may have like a forest that's got like this, that, and the other.
Yep.
But then what these companies do for Esau, because you'd be like, oh, but that's in like Thailand. No, he's doing it for Esau.
Yeah,
Don't try it.
Yeah.
But then completely scar a land to then just plant palm trees in there.
Yeah.
And then because of the lack of biodiversity, animals are dying.
Yeah.
Because the animals like, wait there, where's my guava tree got?
Yeah.
Like, I want to eat guava. Where am I?
Yeah. Which eventually can lead to a famine in the local area.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, bro? Seed oils was first invented as lubrication for fucking trucks and machinery.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And then someone said, you know what? Let's test it out. You know what I mean, on humans, and let's now push this as a health product, but it's killing people.
Yeah.
You know, go ahead.
Good, man. And it says flour of wheat.
Flour of wheat. Now, remember, I was mentioning how natural flour, not bleached, has chromium in it, which helps your body digest the carbs properly and all of that. You know, it says here, it says chromium, right? It says actually, yeah, chromium is essential for proper insulin function. Insulin helps your body use carbohydrates, fats, and proteins. It enhances insulin sensitivity, which means your body can regulate blood sugar levels better. Some studies suggest that chromium reduces appetite, cravings, especially for carbs. But here's what it says after. In the early 20th century, right, when flour started being refined and bleached, many natural nutrients were stripped, including chromium, magnesium, and B vitamins. Yeah? Modern refined flour has been enriched, which is what that means, but only with a few synthetic B vitamins.
All right, so
Chromium.
it's not even real bit of
Yeah.
Yo, this man's got to go, man.
Yeah.
Look, man. Hey, if people have a problem with us.
Yeah. Exactly. And it says chromium, right, is not added back. This loss of trace minerals from the modern diet has been linked to increased rates of insulin resistance, diabetes, and obesity. So that ties into the scripture. The scripture says, "When everything was made, it was good."
Yeah.
But what did Esau do? Starting off with the 20th century, he stripped the natural minerals and stuff in flour, which means now people are scared to eat carbohydrates.
Which once again is wild because you look throughout history.
It was a staple.
It was a staple. And one of the things as well when I was looking into bread
Yeah.
is into flour rather,
Yeah.
is basically when like yeast is modern.
Yeah.
Yeast is a modern thing. I think they said, I forget exactly where. It's a very modern. Both can look it up. It's a modern a thing that they've isolated, right? When you look in the scriptures, it's talking about leaven as an example. It's talking about like sourdough type, right? Which that affects the body and works with the body ever so slightly differently, right? But these things add up. You go to certain parts of the world, right? Once again, you look at it like, for instance, the Mediterranean. That man be living off bread.
That's
man.
what I'm saying.
Yeah. You know?
But in fact, rice itself, right? Rice has a husk,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And it's actually got loads of B vitamins in there and the supplements and a lot of fiber, which when you consume fiber, it slows the spike of sugar. But when you take off the husk, you just have a pure white rice that's pure sugar.
Yeah. It's good if I can back. That's why having an apple is very different to drinking
Apple juice because of the fiber.
Because of the fiber.
Exactly. Everything was made good.
Yeah.
But what's the difference? It's Esau. Like, again, if you look in the scriptures, the bread is all over the scriptures.
Yeah.
Like, it's all over the scriptures. Now,
well, our biggest high holy day is
the Feast of Unleavened Bread, that's it. But then because the East, and again, that bread back then had all the nutrients where people would eat it and not get fucking bloated. Or, I'm sensitive to this. I'm sensitive to that. But even milk.
Even milk. It's because even in that, when you really look into it, the people having issues with milk because of uncleanliness. Because basically people moved into the cities, right? And in the cities, the conditions were unsanitary. So that the conditions were unsanitary, which basically meant that the milk was getting tainted.
Exactly.
It wasn't that the milk had a problem.
Yeah.
The milk was being tainted.
Yeah, exactly. And because milk normally is supposed to be localized.
Exactly.
Like the farm across the street is where I get my milk from.
Yeah.
But then if you make big factories and it's not monitored right, that's why you get all the parasites.
Yeah.
And that's why milk therefore got pasteurized.
Yeah.
It got pasteurized, which strips out, like, you know what they say? They say like a lot of people with milk lactose like intolerance is because when it's pasteurized, the natural fucking enzymes in there that help you break down the milk is being destroyed.
Yeah, and it's the same with people that are was it celiac?
Yeah.
Or is it gluten intolerant?
Gluten
It's because the flour is produced how are you having all of these children, people now with issues with
Yeah.
bread when throughout humanity, I mean,
It's the
bread
foundation
is
of-
a
it's a
staple.
staple.
Well, it's like just read it again,
Yeah,
and I know we've got more in Sirach 10.
And it says the principal things of the whole use of
Let's
man's
call
life.
it. Read it again.
Okay, it's like this is Sirach 39:26.
Esau's the devil.
The principal things for the whole use of man's life are water,
Mm.
fire, iron, and salt, flour of wheat, honey, milk.
Oh, bro.
Honey, like, if you start honey, like, bro, that honey industry is tainted
Yeah.
because like
sometimes it's not all honey. Sometimes
It's
it's
not-
syrup.
syrup, which is
Yeah.
which high glucose fructose syrup, which is in a lot of honey, right? That is linked to rage,
Mhm.
right?
Oh, yeah.
Which is why when what's it called? I mean our apostles coined that term of GMO babies.
Yeah.
It's real.
Yeah.
That's why you see them videos of like Babylon and when
Yeah,
their
they're
food stuff.
crashing out.
Oh no, it's little chicken nuggets, and they're
Well,
slashing the fucking.
What's the joke?
Yeah.
What's the joke? No, but that crime always happens where? At Waffle House.
Oh yeah.
So what do they put on waffles? All of that syrup.
Syrup
yeah.
and honey. Because there's actually studies on high fructose corn syrup,
Which they say is more addictive than cocaine.
which it is because you know why? Like
It's in
a
everything.
person exactly, and it's not seen as a problem.
Mhm.
So a person can just eat it in small,
Yeah.
large amounts throughout the whole day and night, and when they wake up.
Yeah. Well, you get
You know?
certain people that be drinking 40 ounces of Coca-Cola, man.
Yeah, for real.
Keep it real, man.
Yeah.
It's fucked up.
Yeah.
That ain't right.
Yeah, for real.
40 ounces.
Yeah,
More coke than water.
yeah, for real. For real. But again, like even that is linked to actual rage. So that's
Yeah.
why when you see these niggas in chicken spots
Yeah,
crashing out, losing their mind, is because of
Yep.
they're showing and they clothes Tyrone.
Yeah.
it's in the chicken. You know, like
Yeah.
that's
When-
how it be, man.
There was a there's a brothers can look it up at home. There was a prison where they changed the diet and
Yeah, Yeah.
violence went down in the prison. So once again, these people know what the issue is, but they proliferate it because it's good for them.
Yeah.
They want the chaos, right? They want Jake crashing out so that they can go in their media, right?
Yeah.
Like what you could have, like, look, I've looked into video, right? So streaming video is expensive, right? So one of the things that you may not realize when you're watching this right now, YouTube, I mean Google owned the internet, a bit different. But like you as someone that has a website, you have to pay for that what they call egress, right? Which is basically data from the internet to you, your phone, your house, or whatever, right? Amazon on Amazon Web Services, that list price is like 90p a gigabyte. It's actually quite expensive. Point I'm trying to make is someone is paying a shitload of money to host a site to just watch Jake doing dumb shit,
Wow.
right? Now I don't know how many ads is that they got on there to recoup those losses, right? But that someone has actually gone out their way to do that. So you really got to ask, what was the end goal of that? You know?
Star. Go ahead, bro.
And it says honey, milk, and the blood of the grape.
Yeah, wine. Right, that's it's very hard to find really good wine out there.
Yeah. You gotta ask one of the Eastern European friends. Like, yo, man, that homemade stuff, bring some back, bring some back. Because this is it. Like on a level, I'm saying that jokingly, but I used to have a Romanian neighbor, and he would give me like this alcohol called Tsuika, right? Which is like, well, it was like 60%, right? It's made from plums. He poured me some. I was like, yo, it's strong. I had like 2 glasses, like 2 half wine glasses of that. I was fucked up. Woke up the next morning, fine. Fine. No headache, no nothing. So then you ask yourself, what the hell are we even drinking?
Yeah. Well, even remember my neighbor, bro. Remember?
Yeah.
This boy used to live at. That guy used to sometimes when you come around, he used to give us a whole array of different wines he's making at home.
Wow.
And it was pretty good.
You don't wake up messed up, man. Because the stuff that we have is all what do you see on the back? Preservatives, sulfites.
Oh, get Ezekiel 4.
Mm-hmm.
The foul bread. You got a scripture.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, and then after you can even read back what you mean. Definitely.
It's the book of Psalm 64 and 6. They search out iniquities.
Yeah.
They accomplish.
Oh yeah. It's just like go ahead.
They search out iniquity.
Yeah.
They accomplish a diligent search.
Yeah. Like how we were talking about the non-stick pans.
Mm.
They knew 30, 40 years, like 40 years of the harmful effects of the Teflon in non-stick pans. But you know what? They kept it a secret.
Yeah.
You know, they show you in that movie, man. What's that movie?
Dark Waters.
I think it's Dark Waters. That's it. And one of the actual characters, you actually see him in the film. His face is all fucked up.
Yeah.
That's actually the person, like one of the children who was born in on that environment. And the guy's like the guy, he's got one eye here, another eye at the top. He's all fucked. But he's a victim of Esau's experiments.
Yeah. And this is the thing. Esau knows that he's just gonna get it, even if you got
Just pay the fine.
Originally, the DuPont family,
DuPont,
originally the fine was like 12 or 18 million, right? Eventually, they settled for like 600 million or 600, right? Which more than likely insurance paid that, more than likely, or whatever, man, because that whole system's a mess, right? But then the DuPonts are worth like 6, 7, 8 billion. It's just like, what is that fine? What's that original 12 million pound fine? What is that when you own billions
and make more data?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because it's like it's and it's like that story. There was like hundreds of families going through court cases, and basically, it's cheaper if he just drags out the case.
Yeah, then have to pay.
For years, so you rather pay the court fees, so that you get frustrated or you die.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because that's the thing. When you look into that, basically the person who brought the case was basically if it started affecting the marriage, because there was no money. It was like bro, you're spending all of this money, which that's we spoke about earlier on about how Esau has weaponized the legal system, right? But once again, he will look at us like we're the problem. No, in our laws, right? You mentioned it, shall not rest judged. What is right is right. That's it, right? Man's gonna pay millions just because you're an asshole. Like, if you got the receipts, look, asshole. I don't know if I can say that on YouTube. Like, if you got the receipts, you got the receipts. But Esau will make you jump through these hurdles, right? Months on end, years on end. That's one of the that's actually one of the reasons why nothing ever bloody gets done in the UK as an example, right? Because, like, for instance, you have we're gonna build this infrastructure project, but then it's like 10 years of court.
Which is why righteous judgment is going to be established upon the earth.
Right. Ezekiel 4:13, it says, and the Lord said, even thus shall the children of Israel eat their defiled bread among the Gentiles.
And the food is defiled, which is why it's important before we eat to praise the Lord, to bless the food. So, right, because that's what's happening out here. We're at least eating poison and living. Like, you don't even know how much we're being protected on a daily. You know what I mean? From what's happening out here. You know what I mean? It's like how when that RFK brought out that red 40 or whatever that red dye was going to take them through people or clap. But I'm like, what about blue 5 or red 19? Like there's so many other foods, you know. Well, that's right. That's sweet shop, but where brother used to teach in the city. One time we got raided.
Bear J.
Because bare food, bare of them chemicals in the food are banned, man.
Yeah, a lot of it's wild. A lot of the stuff that Americans eat
Yeah.
isn't allowed
It's
to
not
be in
even
the
allowed.
UK.
Oh, okay.
Which is why, for instance, when you're looking into like trade laws, like right now you got like Trump being, we're just gonna sign a deal with the United Kingdom. It's like, no, you're not just gonna sign a deal, because when you're doing trading, and it's one of the things about trade laws that makes it hard to set up, is I forget the legal term, but basically you got to do like a normalization, right? Your legal laws basically have to kind of align to some degree. So, for instance, that's why you get the whole thing about chlorinated chicken.
Yeah.
Right. Our food laws don't allow for that. So, for them to be able to sell that chicken first, we would have to change our laws, which obviously that's going to take time, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah.
Right, for that to eventually be able to be sold here.
Which is why certain drinks taste different in different countries.
Exactly.
Like, for example, say a person drinks a Pepsi in England and Pepsi in America, it tastes different because England have laws where the certain amount of sugar has to be, or the certain type of sugar. Or like, for example, Coca-Cola in Mexico, their local source of sugar is cane sugar in their environment, but then like in another environment over here, it's so different.
They actually made a big deal because I've got like 2 news notifications about how because Trump was like, yeah, man, Coca-Cola gonna start making cane sugar Coke in the US, and I was like, right, why is that breaking news? I got this if I can. Habakkuk 1 and 4. Therefore, the law is slack, and judgment doth never go forth.
Yeah, man. Like again, like it's something I always say. If you was to get one representative from every nation on the planet and said, "How's Esau fucked up your country?" You know what I mean? It would actually be like a AA meeting. Hi, you know what I mean? I'm Ham. I was being fucked over by Esau. Hi, I'm Moab. Hello. You know, I was fucked over by Esau. You know what I mean?
First, you're gonna be like, look, it's a safe space.
Yeah, it's a safe space.
He can't hear you.
He can't hear you.
Yo, because this is it. You know, I said that kind of joking, but
But
then
it's
I
true.
realized it's actually because
It's
a lot of these people, right? They have got an inner hatred for Esau, but because Esau's in power, when he's out and about, you see them like, for instance, Elam. Yo, Elam can talk shit about Esau for days.
Yeah.
But when he's in a room, oh hey, whatever. I can't do their accent, but
Like Debo, innit?
Yeah.
you know, they'll be hella like, you know, as Esau's thinking, yeah, man, these so-called Indians, they like me, right? But these times, right, when you're not around, they're like, man, fuck these Edomites.
But then if you think about it, why do you think that conversation of once Esau goes down is the Chinese going to take over this? Because all these nations know that subconsciously Esau's going down.
Yeah.
But they don't know who's really going to take over. The real takeover is going to be the Howard Shah establishing authority and rulership upon the earth, man.
That's right.
You know, and having these nations in subjection.
Yeah.
Which is why when Esau goes down, the scripture says that they're gonna say, "Is this the man?"
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get it.
Says, for the wicked doth compass about the righteous, therefore wrong judgment proceedeth.
Yeah, man. So he's got authority upon the earth. So that's why wrong judgment is taking place, man. Like, it's stupid. That is like you don't need plastic. You know what I mean? There's so many other more efficient ways. Like, we have pots and like cups and pottery, vases that those have existed for centuries.
Skins of animals for because it's like wine skins and stuff like
wine
that.
skins. Even to a certain extent, glass.
Glasses.
Like if you keep glass is a cycle. You know what I mean?
Just break it down,
you can break it down, feed it back up. There's so many things that you can have, but Esau chooses to have plastics, and even with plastics, Esau knows that there's a way in which with science whereby he can make, because even they actually they was talking about there's some plastics that's been tried in Japan, whereby dissolves in salt water in like 30 minutes or whatever. All right. But the point is, if they really wanted to make things right, they could. But guess what? That's not what they want to do.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's sort of like with the light bulb. Remember we all talk about the light bulb?
Yeah.
There's basically going to it that basically there's a light bulb that's existed for like over like I mean 100 years.
Oh, I know the concept is built-in obsolescence. Man. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
Because it is a thing where it's like people talk about the old style fridges.
Yeah, the old style.
The old style fridges where it's like you see certain of them old American fridges look bad as hell, but everything is like sturdy metal and things like that. And do you know what? People be like, oh, my grand still has this fridge from like whatever long, but now you get a fridge today that's only gonna last so long because it is not financially viable, because that's the thing. These people scripts talk about the love of money, right? These people, they're like, look, man, if we make you a great product, how are you gonna buy another one?
Exactly. Yeah. That's how they think.
You know, that's why, for instance, I like one of the things I always think about is these phones. These phones nowadays, I'm just there like, bro, like most of the times you don't even need an upgrade now.
Yeah.
But the one thing that always dies is your battery.
Which now you can't take out.
Now you can't take. So now you've got no, because that's the main reason I've got my phone now. I was just there like, look, this battery keeps dying, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I even had insurance replace it, right? And I was damn, it's still not performing. I was like, well, that's some bullshit. So I had to get a new phone.
Yeah. Even iPhones, there's like
there's scandals.
There's a scandal of basically whereby you can take it to a vendor, he has the same parts, fix it. But if it's not done with them, the parts won't agree.
It's
parts won't agree with the phone.
They've got everything serialized. It's got a code, and it basically said nope, unaccepted.
Yeah.
Which basically forces you to go back to Apple for Apple to replace it. And Apple gonna charge you an arm and a leg for that same price.
Yeah.
Right.
What these electric cars?
Yeah.
Once the battery goes out through,
it's peak.
But and like a lot of mechanics that work on electric cars can't stand electric cars.
Yeah, they're difficult. And the thing is with the if I remember correctly, you can't really just dispose of lithium batteries.
No, you can't.
You know, so
it's in a pit.
It's adding to pollution, and not only that, it's from straight up slave labor, man.
Yeah.
I thought we were done with slavery, Esau. Yeah. I thought you've changed.
Which guess what? There's patterns that exist of the science of being able to run cars off of hydrogen, which can be extracted from water.
Yeah.
Like Esau knows what he can do to make things better, but guess what? When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked bear rule, the people mourn.
Well, quick precept. Finish that.
Yeah.
This is Matthew 24 and 22. Except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days should be shortened.
Yeah, and you know, time is speeding up, man. Like time feels like it's going faster. Like, I mean, bro, it's already over half the year.
Bro,
it's
basically done.
It's basically like, you know, it's basically done this year,
bro.
Feel like it just started. You know?
That's mad.
You know what I mean? Like,
you think about all of the different stories that have happened in the last, couple of months. Hey, well, remember we were looking forward to Trump getting in.
Yeah.
He's been there for like 7 months now.
Yeah. And in the first 2 weeks, Trump was crashing out.
No, he was crashing out.
He's still crashing out.
Yeah, we need him to crash out. You know, we need him to go. In honor of Hulk Hogan, I'm gonna crash out properly.
Real American, yeah.
So I can't.
That's the spirit, don't it?
Yeah.
That's a sign as well. Because Hulk Hogan was like the pinnacle of wrestling, but American as well.
Yeah, he was Mr. There. And the thing is, he was also campaigning with Trump as well.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, this is what this is the thing about this thing about this truth is you understand, that Esau's time is done. It ain't gonna continue. Like you get a load of our people, their mentality is if you can't beat them, join them. Right? So you get a lot of Jake, man. It's like yeah. But we understand that his time is done.
That's made a couple of over the Hebrew.
That's it.
Go ahead, bro.
I've got a piece of it. Yeah. This is Isaiah 14:12. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer?
Yeah, and then if you scroll up, you know, I'm not saying do it, but read up in the chapter, it's talking about the king of Babylon, which is these elites, man. You know what I mean? Esau. You know what I mean? Is that they have power upon the earth, and you know, this shows you these plantation Christians are bugged out. But when you read as that, you know, as I say, context, the Lord is mocking Esau. He's like, basically, I thought he was so smart, man.
Yeah.
So why are you through? Nah, but that's basically like, in fact, read it in the
NLC.
Yeah. If you read it in the different versions, it actually gives the actual tonation. Because you know, people see Lucifer and be like, oh shit, you know, he was the most nice angel. He was basically a rock star kind of angel with long hair and playing a violin.
Electric guitar.
Yeah. And then he just like got kicked out, you know, and he got himself a motorbike. You know what I mean? Nah, bro. Like,
that's hella. That's Hollywood.
That's Hollywood.
Because everything that you said, that is how he would be depicted, right? He's this Edomite hunk, right? He's
wearing like a
leather coat, and that.
But it's up.
The collars up, collar and that.
Shades on,
you know.
Toothpick.
But it's all a creation of Hollywood.
It's Hollywood, bro.
Witchcraft. Yeah, Hollywood. Hella witchcraft.
Yeah, it's casting spells on people. Yeah.
Isaiah 14:12 in NLT.
Yeah.
Says, how you have fallen from heaven, O shining star.
Yeah, that's the tone. Like, hold on. I thought it was deep, bro. That's basically what the Lord's saying to Israel. Hold on. I thought it was deep, man. Yeah. You know, you had all this wisdom. You were trying to have everyone chipped. So what's going on, man? Why are you now at the bottom in the kingdom fruit?
That's it. Hey, when you were saying, I was thinking of what was it? I forget the full story, but it was Elisha, where it was with the priests of Baal.
Yeah.
And he's just there like, so you're cutting yourselves, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Maybe he's asleep. I don't know. Maybe he's asleep. Like, but mocking, and that's it. It's like, you know, that's one thing. Hey, Jake. What is it saying? Proverbs 1 actually, right? About the jakes that ain't gonna listen. Like, look, man, we go laugh at your calamity. What? It wasn't that mark of the beast. That was
Yeah. In it. Like okay. you know, it's like how Jake get mocked now. We was kind. Yeah. That's what we're gonna say to you.
Yeah, there was someone on the.
He was a president.
Yeah, he was president. Yeah, when the elder says, "I laugh,"
it makes me laugh. Anytime the elder says that,
he was president because someone put it on the.
President.
Someone put it. I think so. He got roach sprayed, but it was like, "Oh, we was priests." I was like, "Yeah, we are priests, bro.
Yes, we are priests. That's it." And guess what? The kings and priests are gonna rule upon the earth, man. When the Lord comes back. Go ahead.
It says, "Son of the morning."
Yeah, because guess what? The real Lucifer, you know what I mean, is our Lord. How was shy? He actually said he's the bright and morning star, which that goes back to Lucifer. You know what I mean? But in this context, it's being used to mock Esau. Right, hold on, bro. I thought it was deep, mate. What's happening, man? No, really. I was gonna you know, go ahead.
That's it. You have been thrown down to the earth.
Yeah, because you're going to be cast down. The scripture says, you know what I mean? I beheld Satan fall as lightning, man. Because when the Lord comes, that's it. Imagine, Babylon the Great is going to be destroyed in an hour. But as soon as the Lord cracks the sky, that's it. There's nothing to talk about. When the Lord cracks the sky, you ain't going to be on a forklift Monday. You know, you're just on a truck. The Lord's here already, but you're still clocking in, bro. When the Lord comes, the world's resetting. That's it. It ain't like the Lord comes, but They got the Champions League.
Yeah.
Brothers fighting
Mm.
on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So when no, that's it.
World Cup.
World Cup.
Yeah.
In the Independence Day movie.
Yeah, Independence Day.
When Chad was coming, everyone
That's it. Yeah.
I was gonna say it's not gonna be like Avengers last one. These times Thanos has clicked half away to people,
Yeah.
and everyone's just there mourning.
Yeah. Yeah.
I miss so and so. Nah, it's gonna be none of that.
Yeah. Like, bro, when the Lord cracks the skies, bro, that's it. Every eye shall see him.
Yeah, every
The
son
Spirit of the
shall-
Lord might have people being blind their whole life to see the first day.
Yeah, I believe that.
They're blind to it, and they just see then.
Mhm.
You know, you never know. Right?
You who destroyed the nations of the world.
You see, you who destroyed the nations of the world. And in the King James version, it says, "Is this the man?"
Yeah.
You know, because it's a man.
That's it.
You know, Lucifer has been used in this context as a mocking tone to describe these proud elites of Esau, man.
That's it.
On down, right?
For you said to yourself, I will ascend to heaven and set my throne above God's
Yeah,
star.
yeah. That's it. You know, you set your nest on high, and then as well above and conquer eternally the Lord's people.
Mm.
Guess what? You're limited, mate. You know, bound. You know, the scripture says he's appointed his bounds. He can't pass, and Esau's got many bounds. He's bound by time, and he's bound by prophecy. He's bound, bro. Right?
And it says, I will preside on the mountain of the gods, far away in the north. I will climb to the highest heavens and be like the Most High.
Yeah, that God complex.
Yeah.
You know? Guess what? Right?
Instead, you will be brought down to the place of the dead,
Mm.
down to its lowest depths.
Yeah, man, you gonna catch hell, bro. You know? You're here, you're going to heaven, but you're gonna be brought down to hell straight away. Right?
He says, everyone there will stare at you and ask, can this be the one who shook the earth and made the kingdoms of the world tremble?
Mm.
Is this the one who destroyed the world and made it into a wasteland?
Mhm.
Is this the king who demolished the world's greatest cities?
Who's done that? Like, who's done that? You know what I mean? Like, what group of people are known for just destroying shit?
Come on.
Esau, starting off with his elites.
Yeah.
That's why when you go down, no mercy. Good?
And had no mercy on his prisoners.
yeah, that's
Mm.
it.
The kings of the nations lie in stately glory,
Mhm.
each in his own tomb. But you will be thrown out of your grave like a worthless branch.
Shit.
Like
You know the amount of like shame it is for like a corpse to be violated. Like, you know what I mean? It's just, imagine a corpse in a coffin and it's just thrown on the street. Bro. That's like, yo, the guy's already through.
Yeah.
That's very, that's very.
Oh, that was one of the things he would do during slavery to basically like show his disdain for someone.
Yeah.
Right.
Corpse.
Yeah. Well, it's like here it is. The Jake's already dead,
And then just like.
and then they'll whip the corpse.
Yeah. Oh! Remember that there was that Jake. He was like shot 100 times, burnt, lynched,
Yeah.
and then they tied his corpse to a car
Yeah.
and was dragging it throughout the town.
Yeah.
That's like extra violation, man.
Or they will put your ass in a pickle jar,
Yeah, people in the pickle,
or turn you to furniture. I don't know, you go into that.
furniture. Yeah,
Using Jake's hair.
Jake's hair, Jake's skin.
Yeah.
Jake's rod in pickle jars and shit. So that's why, basically, it all points to the fact that when you go down, you ain't gonna get no mercy, man. He's the only group of people on the planet.
Only neighborhood is
The only, that's right. That's not promised no mercy. So, but he's the only people on the planet that have done so much wickedness and believe they're entitled to mercy. Like here it is when people do stuff to Esau, he never lets it slide.
Yeah.
you know what it is? It's like ultimate gaslight.
Yeah.
To the end that you then are like, okay, maybe he doesn't need. Yeah, maybe I can give it because he's trying to make it seem like, for instance, you get a woman that cheats. No, I didn't do any of that. Right? You're gonna be like, oh shit, what's going on? But it's like, nah, Issa, we got the record. You did all of that. Like,
Well,
we're not gonna, you know, you're not gonna pull the wall over our.
but then if you pull out the records, well, that was my forefather. No, this slide to the side. That was my forefather. Nah,
When
but
you- when
know,
you so,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, when you understand how, because the things I've been, you know, Lord's journey that Lord's had me live in this life. You know, I've been around like, you know, a number of entrepreneurs, and I've observed how they move, how they behave. Right, knowing you've got a piggy, you got a fallback, you take risks.
yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
So it's like the point I'm trying to make on this whole idea of like he will be like, that's my forefathers. Yeah, but your forefathers' wealth has allowed you to amass more wealth.
Yes,
Because in the background, you know that you can, like, for instance, as Jake, let's say, and in fact, Netflix did a decent one on this, surprisingly, about the wealth gap. Let's say you're at a company, right, and then the company sells, and then you all get £10 each, as an example. As a Jake, that £10 is going to you, but then you're also giving some to your mom, to your dad, your blah 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 blah. As the Edomite, that's just your £10.
Yeah.
That's just yours. You don't have family that you need to give them peace out to, whatever, what have you. And once again, all of your past crimes has afforded you that position. And then what you can do is you can use that £10 and be like, look, man, I can just go out and risk this £10 into potentially making me more money, because if I lose it all, I know my parents have me. Jake, we ain't had that. And this the witchcraft and the wickedness that Esau has done has allowed him to have that fallback, which has allowed him to amass more wealth. So you can't, on one hand, benefit off of the wealth of what your forefathers done, but then you don't want to get the punishment of what your forefathers have done.
Yeah, like when
Long-winded way of saying that, but
when the Spirit had it where we did that video, Lloyd's of London, which is a Sainsbury's now. It's actually a Sainsbury's. Yeah, remember it was a Sainsbury's.
Which Jay Sains is probably one of them as well.
Yeah. Sainsbury's is like for brothers over there. It's like a chain of grocery stores,
Like 7-Eleven.
Yeah. Basically, more or less. Right, and basically, that was the main place where ships would get their insurance. You know what I mean?
To this day.
To this day. You know, and guess what? It's like when a slavery so-called got you know what I mean, abolished, supposedly. A lot of people was paid out like an insurance, and what happened was family chains of businesses like certain pubs and that have their roots of their wealth from slavery. Certain churches, there are many churches in the Church of England that was built off of slavery. That the actual money that financed the building was from slavery. You know what I mean? There were many companies, many buildings, many places in the UK that was built off of slavery.
Yeah,
And
Birmingham as a city,
Yeah.
Liverpool, because that was that. Yeah, go.
Bristol as well.
Yeah, when we went,
Docklands.
yes, yeah.
One day we need to do a video there. Docklands.
Yeah.
You know.
I was gonna say, I remember when we went Liverpool, man. That city had a spirit on it.
Had a spirit. Yeah.
Had a spirit on it, man.
Yeah. You know what I mean? There are so many examples, man. You know what I mean? And it's like even slavery. People don't think about you obviously had the slave trade, which is a business, right? Where you had a triangular trade, right? It's circling, goods going, slaves coming, you know, building up, right? But people don't think about the offshoot businesses that was birthed out of slavery. For example, the companies that would produce and make ships. Other countries that people don't think about in Europe, like Sweden, or Poland, or wherever, right? The chains that were made, where did those metals get extracted from? So there's other businesses of the offshoot businesses of slavery that people don't think about, like the clothes or whatever the slaves you would wear, like even certain plantations in the Caribbean, because the cane sugar was like liquid gold at the time.
Yep.
All right. They would instead of the like obviously slaves, if they were caught eating certain things, they'll obviously get taken out.
Yep.
It would be cheaper for them to import food for them to eat than eat what was on the plantation, because what was on the plantation was so expensive. So think about the offshoot businesses.
Yeah. Whenever there's a major manufacturer, which is why, like, for instance, the north of England got messed up, because when you look at the coal mines and when they got shut, right, all of the mining activity, you had just to back what the brother up saying, the main thing of that town was the coal mines. But then you got to think, and this happened if you look at the history of San Francisco as well, right? It's a similar thing. There was a gold rush, but then as part of that, when people are digging for gold, guess what? They need clothes for it. They need a G.
Yep.
So then you had tailors start over, and you had this start over, all of the supporting stuff, right? So when you look at the, like, once again, north of England, you had the coal mines, but then you need all of the industries to support the coal mines, right? And everything like that. You're not just going to have the slave trade isolated, right? But for instance, those men, they're going on journeys for a long period of time. They're going to need things to come in from wherever, etc., etc. It's like, it's just, that's just how business is.
Yeah, well, prime example is, let's say on the floor, you've got that bottle of like a water. There's a company that
Made the
produces
plastics, yeah.
the caps. There's an individual company that produces the caps. There's an individual company that produces the label. The actual plastic that's formed, because all plastic bottles start off as like a tube, like this big.
Yeah.
And it's blown with heat and it expands. So the resin itself, right? That's from somewhere. It's the same thing with slavery, man. You know, so it was the whole business. And it's like, even on the slave ships, one scoffing point that, you know, Baghdad Jake said, why are there no slave ships? Well, first of all, I believe it was in 2016, they actually found one of the oldest slave ships. I believe I can't remember what state it was in, but they actually found pieces of a slave ship. But this, when slavery was so-called abolished, a lot of ships were repurposed, like they were stripped out the timber, used for something else, because ships wasn't made to be an eternal thing. It was for a temporary journey.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the wooden slave ships wasn't built to be there for 500 years or 1,000 years. The ships was built for temporary short journeys or extended journeys. And on top of that, the insurance on the ships, they found it cheaper to explode the ship and sink all the goods and people on there, because they'll get more money because it's been abolished. So that's why they was throwing people off board, because they're like, shit, all right, you want to abolish, so say it's done. All right, well, let's just kill all these people and sink the ship because it makes us money.
But it's also like, I mean, it's such an odd scoff, because
people say
Esau does everything to hide anything bad about it.
Yeah.
So you're telling us he of all people is gonna make up this lie that makes him look like an asshole.
Exactly.
Come on.
Back in Isaiah 14,
Yeah.
this 19 or 5 minutes, 45. For you'll be thrown out of your grave like a worthless branch, like a corpse trampled underfoot. You will be dumped into a mass grave with those killed in battle. You will descend to the pit. You will not be given a proper burial, for you have destroyed your nation and slaughtered your people. But this,
yeah, man, you know, and it's fitting that the final end of Esau is just to be just burnt up, man. You know, it's fitting, bro. It's necessary, right? For all the wickedness that's been done upon the earth, man. You know, the wickedness has reached up onto the heavens, bro. It's bad, bro. Like this, you know how they talk about the Great Reset? The real great reset is when the Lord resets the earth.
You know what I can liken it to, bro? Like, so growing up, man, hey, you know what it is, you know, LimeWire days,
No, yeah,
you know, Aries and that, you know, you download tracks and you like your computer, right, will get fucked. You got viruses,
yeah, virus.
and you know, the pop-ups everywhere, you can't even use your computer, right? And it gets to a point where you have to, you know, go to your DVD selection, or find the Windows one,
Yeah.
put it in, okay, factory reset, bam, oh, I've got a brand new machine. That's what this world is. It's got malware everywhere,
Malware,
right? It's got viruses upon viruses.
STDs.
You know, it's mashed. Like, I don't know if you both remember. I mean, I was doing the most of it, but it got to a point where I was like, I can't use this anymore.
Yeah.
It's slow. It's stuck on. You move the mouse, it don't move for like 10 minutes, and it's like, yo, what the fuck is going on?
You slap it a couple of times.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you have the wide palm, but it's not working.
Yeah.
Come on, you know, it's not working, bro.
You know, it keeps crashing.
It's crashing.
You know that pop up. It says this page is not responding. Do you wanna exit out or do you wanna wait?
Yeah. It's like
Blue screen of death as
blue
well.
screen of death.
Windows has encountered a problem.
Yeah.
That's what this place is.
Yeah.
You know.
The red screen on PS2.
Remember
all
all of that.
They just cooked.
All of that, but he gets to a point where you just gotta like, look, man, where's the original settings?
Yeah.
Because that's ultimately what we'll do. We're mostly going back to original settings. Our only real difference, we're gonna be changed.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
We're gonna be changed.
Yeah.
Right? Because this world, look, man. Because it's the thing where it's just like you really start looking, and it's like there's so much wrong that the only solution.
Yeah. I was gonna call that Jake. Remember that Jake? I can't say it. Yeah. But it was basically like a Jake with dreads. You know, he's like a historian or whatever. The Jake basically said, "Look, man, look, I did everything, bro.
Yeah.
I actually built my house in the forest with wood.
Mm-hmm.
I did this. I got my own water. I did this." And he's like, "The only solution is if we, you know,
and
that's what's gonna happen long term."
And it's real. And really, it's like when you look at certain of these films, like they basically make it seem like that's the same conclusion that the AI is gonna draw.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Why? Yeah, that's a good point. AI, like, why is it in these films? They're just fighting humanity. Really, they want to. It's Esau.
Yeah,
but
it's
obviously, you know, Jake has already seen a certain way.
Yeah.
But come on, bro.
No, because you could have.
It's the book of Revelation 11 and 18. And the nations were hungry, and thy love is come, and the time of the dead, that they should be judged, and that thou shouldest give reward unto thy servant the prophets, and to the saints, and to them that fear thy name, small and great, and shouldest destroy them which destroy the earth.
So it's spiritual that the reward of the saints is linked to the destruction of this kingdom, man. It's basically balanced, and it's what our apostles will say. Like, you know, so someone's getting good news, another person getting bad news. If someone's getting salvation, someone's getting destruction. You know, that's the perfect balance, bro.
Because we look at this world with thought. Right, yeah, we may do certain things in this world, but ultimately, when we're like, oh man, like Prince yesterday, bro, my heart aches, man. In the sense of, bro, I got out the station now, I linked up with the brother, got out the station, you know, you vibe, you spin with the brother, you feeling good. Get out the station, man. The thing is, it was like this older Jake woman, of just like a suitcases, and it was like, damn, just poor, like homeless.
Yeah.
Older, she must have been like 78 or something. And the thing is, like, she looked very clean. So I'm like, wow, it's like recent homeless and stuff like that. I was like, bro, this is some bull. This like that shouldn't be a thing.
And it's crazy you mentioned that, because I remember the other day, maybe this week, I was thinking about. Do you remember that? Which I think she was a Jay. Remember that old white lady who used to be by the camp when we used to teach in the city? There was literally, she was like 75, 80 years old, and she was just outside the station with a blanket, a woolen blanket.
Very,
bro, she was like a pensioner, and we used to be out there in the winter, snow, like brothers is all wrapped up, bro. I think she later moved towards Bond Street side,
Mm.
and you got an old woman, 80 years old, bro, and she just cooped up in a blanket with a hoodie, sleeping on the road, bro. I'm sure she's gone back to the spirit world by now. And I'm like, everyone used to walk past her.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bro,
That ain't right.
where are we?
Yeah.
Because guess what?
Mm.
If that lady was a trans, she should be housed next
She'd
to
be
me.
housed. Yeah, no, it's true.
Like one of the ways, you know,
Yeah.
people in this world used to get fucking homes
Yeah.
is to say they're fleeing their country because they're gay.
Alphabet.
Yeah.
And do you know what it is as well? It's like I think because we looked up like a couple of weeks ago, but there are like 1 million empty homes. Something crazy.
Yeah.
Like this, but we're the problem.
Yeah. It's crazy. We need a new kingdom, man. Yeah.
Unless you got,
Yeah,
something.
because brothers mentioned that we need new bodies, right? This is 1 Corinthians 15 and 50. The mystery of resurrection. It says, "Now this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of the Most High, neither does corruption inherit incorruption. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed." Yeah, changed, transformed. In a moment, in a twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible.
Yeah, because you know these bodies are gonna be changed, but as well are gonna be made free from sin. You know what I mean? You saw people with the science who always tries to look. Even science and even like in history, you got something called the quest for the fountain of youth. You know, whereby it's people's bodies being hacked to or stop people getting up in age or their skin breaking down or whatever it is, right? But in righteousness, like we gonna have like the new covenant, which is like which is no more death. No, your body ain't gonna be breaking down. No brother gonna say I got problem with my kidneys. No brother gonna say, man, I got back pain. Brother's gonna be like 1,000 years old or whatever it is. They still look young.
Yeah,
Springy. Because man, the Lord obviously cut down the lifespan, right? But you know when you read like after even just before the flood and after the flood, and you were reading the timeline, it would say so and so was 500 years old, and then he gave birth to he had sons and daughters.
Yeah.
Like, bro, like men can keep going till they die, but man, when you seen family members or just pensioners hit 90, you're like, you're actually hoping they go.
Yeah.
In the kingdom,
Take them out there.
take them out of the misery. You are gonna have, you know what I mean? Israelite wives gonna be 500 and still be bad as hell.
Still
Bad as hell. 500. You know what I mean?
exactly.
You know what I mean? More having babies.
If I can say it's through the spirit, like we believe that.
That's
Like,
right.
but for us, that is gonna happen.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, like, but people hearing five, no, that is gonna happen.
Yeah.
Like, but they say seeing is believing. So
Yeah, that's it. And that's all you coming for the Israelites, by the way.
Oh yes, like,
You know what I mean?
that's right, yeah.
That's all you for the
You
Israelites.
could add that
Yeah.
before Boca, I think,
Nah, bro, imagine Vocab being around for 500 years.
Oh man.
That same hat, like Vocab's hat coming back in the reincarnation. I'm joking, making a joke. You know what I mean? But that same hat is coming back in like in different steads. Like, fuck that, man. Fuck that. But think about it, those 600 having sons and daughters. Sons and daughters. That's it.
One last scripture. So Isaiah 45:17. But Israel shall be saved in the Lord with an everlasting salvation.
So
He shall not be ashamed nor confounded, world without end.
So that's an eternal age of rulership. Because righteousness, like, is incorruptible. and as a nation, we're all going to be made righteous. So therefore, no more death.
Sure.
You know, that's why that understanding came out. Like eternal life is eternal life. Because the reason why we die is, you know,
Sin, yeah.
is through sin.
If we can't sin,
No more death.
no more death.
You know,
Beautiful.
that's what's gonna happen, bro. And that's gonna be for the Israelites. But it's through who? Our Lord, Yahweh Shai, Hamashiach, according to the Lord's will. And that's why the scripture says what? The Lord is the author and finisher of our faith.
Yeah.
Because he's gonna come and complete it.
Yeah, you conquer death.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Death through, you know, that righteous line came through him, but life for that righteous line is gonna be through him again. You know?
Sure.
You know what I mean? The scripture says it. Adam, what hast thou done? You know? Because though it's you that died, it's not you that died, but all of us who came through you.
Yeah.
But guess what? Adam's coming back though. But he's coming back with life.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's gonna start off with, you know, with healing in this man. They're gonna start off, you know, with his elect.
That's right.
You know, he's gonna start off with his elect, and by default, the whole nation, man.
That's right.
So hey, you know, yeah, that's it.
This book of Isaiah 65 and 17. For behold, I create new heavens and a new earth, and the former shall not be remembered no more. Shall not be remembered, nor come into mind. But be ye glad and rejoice and rejoice forever in that which I create. For behold, I created Jerusalem a rejoicing, and our people a joy. And
That's it. That's it. That's what's gonna happen, man. Right?
And I will rejoice in Jerusalem and joy in my people. And the voice of weeping shall be no more heard anyhow, no voice of crying.
Yeah, no more death, no more sorrow, neither any more pain. But the former things are going to be wiped away. You know, like the only tears you're gonna have is tears of joy. You know, and then Scripture also speaks about the Lord's gonna show His body. You know, we're gonna mourn as one for the Holy Son. But like, you ain't gonna be crying because your son got hit by a car. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sure.
Which is why when scientists say that they're close to understanding like eternal life through science and biohacking and stuff, I laugh because you know why? Let's say you're able through chips to like know that this person's got cancer, so they need this medication, and you're able through that to extend life. So what happens if the person gets into a plane crash? They're still gonna die. So
Go quick
you
one
know
on
what I
that.
mean? So that's futile to say okay. They're talking about it. They mentioned a pill that they're talking about trying to come up with a pill that can make you live for 250 years.
It basically means he wants you to work.
So, yeah.
That's it.
You finally get your pension at 245.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, you know what I mean. You wasn't gonna be what's it called, man? 195 years old on a forklift.
True.
Wow. You're still taking pallets down and shit.
Yeah.
Fuck that, man.
Yeah. Ecclesiastes 8:8. There's no man that has power over the spirit to retain the spirit.
That's why. So that's exactly why. What's that? David Rockefeller, one of them Rockefellers. Nigga had 9 hearts. Where you get 9 hearts from? Bare hearts, bro. Man's popping fucking a bunch of hearts like Skittles. Like, let me try this one.
Yeah.
But then there's just a basketball of Jake in fucking Atlanta somewhere. There's hearts out.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro. Man.
Neither hath he power in the day of death, and there is no discharge in that war. Neither shall wickedness deliver those that are given to it.
That's it, man. So hey, man, you know, that's why this kingdom has to go down, man.
That's right.
So hey, man, so we hope and pray that, you know, that's everything with that. We're gonna say, "Well, praises be to
Yeah.
Yahweh, Hashem, Yahweh, the honor to the Apostle, and the Holy Spirit, and so on. Shalom.